Chapter 1. The Accidental Pact and the Bewildered Librarian.
The sun rose over Willowmere village, dappling the cobbled streets with gold as birds chattered in the hedgerows. Inside the stately Willowmere library, dust motes danced in shafts of light. It was here that Pip Thistledown, halfling of modest stature and even more modest ambitions, tiptoed between towering shelves.
A comprehensive guide to the care and feeding of mosses, Volume 3. Just what I needed.
Mr. Thistledown, please mind the reshelving cart. Last week's avalanche of encyclopedias is still fresh in my memory.
Sorry, Madam Bristlequill. I'll be ever so careful, promise.
Pip approached the checkout desk, where Madame Bristlequill awaited with the patience of a stone gargoyle. On the desk, among the usual ledgers, lay a parchment bristling with arcane glyphs and an ominous wax seal.
Excuse me, is this the new library form? It looks rather decorative.
Oh, just sign it, Mr. Thistledown. We're piloting a new system.
Pip, ever eager to comply, dipped the feathered pen and scrawled his signature. The parchment shimmered with a sudden violet glow, the wax seal melting into swirling runes.
Oh dear. Was it supposed to do that?
Suddenly, the library's candles blazed with blue fire, and every book spine rearranged itself into anagrams of Pip's name.
By the Dewey Decimal, what have you done?
I only signed the form.
In the shadowy rafters, eldritch runes shimmered. Somewhere far beyond mortal sight, a slumbering presence stirred.
Whose mortal mark disturbs my eternal nap?
The room chilled as a shadowy figure coalesced above the desk, eyes blinking into existence. Pip clutched his book like a shield.
A halfling, truly? Of all the mortals to bear my sigil.
Terribly sorry to intrude. Would you like a biscuit?
No, Wait. You signed the Pact of Binding. My powers are yours to command, within reason.
Am I dreaming, or is the library haunted again?
Pip blinked, uncertain whether to faint or curtsy. A magical contract, an eldritch patron, and a perfectly ordinary day, so far. The candles dimmed, books fell silent, and the strange magic settled, at least for the moment.
If it's not too much trouble, could you help me find the section on rare mosses?
Very well. Witness the power you have claimed.
With a flash, every book in the library sprouted a lush layer of green moss. Madame Bristlequill let out a strangled gasp.
My encyclopedias, they're gardening.
Thus began Pip's unlikely career as a warlock, his first spell a success, depending on one's definition. Outside, the breeze carried rumors of strange happenings at the Willowmere library, and destiny stirred. But what peculiar consequences would tomorrow bring?
Chapter 2. The Mossy Mayhem and the Curious Council.
Morning broke over Willowmere, and news of the moss-covered library spread faster than a squirrel up a tree.
Did you see it, Councillor Barrow? Every book, moss. It's headline material, I tell you. Preposterous. Libraries don't grow gardens indoors. Someone will answer for this. Mark my words.
Mary Cobblepot, Willowmere's tireless gnome reporter, darted through the crowd, collecting wild stories and wilder rumors. Councillor Barrow polished his spectacles, determined to restore order, or at least his morning tea. Back at the library, Pip attempted to scrape moss from a dictionary, with limited success. Madame Bristlequill glared daggers while Eldroth flickered unseen in the shadows.
I do apologise, madam. I've never seen such enthusiastic horticulture.
If you intend to experiment with botany, kindly do so outside.
Perhaps you should wish for a cleaning spell. Carefully this time.
I wish the moss would just quietly vanish and leave everything's spotless.
There was a soft pop, followed by a rain of sparkling bubbles. The moss vanished, along with all the ink from every page. The library fell into horrified silence.
My encyclopedias! They're blank!
The village council, led by Councillor Barrow and trailed by Mary, stormed into the library, their shoes squelching on the still damp, mossy carpet.
What in the name of order is going on here? Why are these tomes as empty as my patience? Oh, this is a scoop! The day Willowmere forgot everything. Catchy, don't you think?
There's a perfectly reasonable explanation. Somewhere.
I suggest you improvise, little Warlock. You're making history. Quite literally, now.
Pip gulped, feeling every eye in Willowmere upon him. The council's frowns could wilt a turnip. Desperate, Pip clutched the nearest blank book and muttered a hopeful incantation.
By the powers I don't quite understand, let these pages recall what's lost and restore what should be.
The books shuddered, then sprang open, spilling forth a torrent of words, letters, and illustrations that zipped around the room like startled bats.
Ah! Mind the periodicals! This is the best front page I've ever seen.
When the chaos settled, every book was restored, except, curiously, for the council's official records, now overflowing with embarrassing limericks. Haha!
Who replaced the tax rolls with poetry about my mustache?
As the village reeled, Eldroth's many eyes turned toward the horizon, sensing a distant ripple in the eldritch weave.
Be wary, Pip. Your reputation grows. Soon others will come seeking the source of these wonders.
Others? I was rather hoping to remain inconspicuous.
Beyond Willowmere, strange figures gathered in shadowy places, drawn by rumors of impossible magic. The adventure was only just beginning.
Chapter 3. Strangers, Scones, and Suspicious Shadows.
On market day, Willowmere Square overflowed with stalls, scents of fresh bread, and the clamor of curious townsfolk. At the heart of the bustle, Tilda Vexley, half-elf merchant, set up her wares, her eyes alight with anticipation for oddities and gossip.
Finest charms and trinkets, straight from the Sapphire Coast. Guaranteed to ward off magical mishaps, or your coppers back. Any talismans for accidental warlocks? Asking for a friend.
Councillor Barrow eyed the merchant's table with suspicion, while a crowd gathered to swap tales of the mossy miracle. Pip, determined to avoid further magical mishaps, hid behind the tea tent, nibbling a scone and watching the world go by.
Maybe if I just sit quietly, nothing odd will happen today.
How quaint. Yet the winds of fate do not favor idleness, little Warlock.
I'd settle for a single, uneventful afternoon.
Fate, however, had other plans. The scone in Pip's hand began to glow faintly, sprouting tiny, edible flowers.
Of course. Blossomberry scones. Why not?
In the library, Madame Bristlequill and Mary huddled among the shelves, surrounded by spell-burned tomes and half-scraped moss.
Mary, I require your investigative instincts. Something here is awry, and I intend to find the root. A mystery. Shall I start with the suspicious footprints or the floating quills?
Together, they scrutinized every inch of the reading room, oblivious to the faint, silvery script that pulsed along the ceiling beams. As dusk crept in, a hooded stranger lingered at Willowmere's edge, watching the village with patient, unblinking stillness.
So this is where the threads unravel and the pact stirs anew.
The stranger's gloved hand traced ancient symbols in the dust, silver embroidery catching the last rays of sun. Far across the fields, Eldroth's gaze flickered, unseen yet not unfelt.
Pip, beware. There are eyes upon Willowmere tonight. Eyes old as secrets.
As night deepened, Mary discovered a faded sigil hidden behind the library's ledger. Madame Bristlequill gasped, recognizing a symbol forbidden since the Old Kingdoms.
This should not be here. Mary, fetch Pip at once, and do not breathe a word to the council. On it. If there's trouble, we'll get to the bottom, or at least the middle of it.
Outside, the hooded stranger vanished into the mist, leaving only swirling runes and a sense of gathering storm. Tomorrow, Willowmere would wake to more than rumors.
Chapter 4. Runes, Revelations, and the Midnight Summons.
Mary darted through moonlit streets, dodging puddles and startled cats, clutching her notebook like a shield.
Pip, urgent news, library, secret sigils, possible doom.
Possible doom? I was hoping for chamomile tea.
Mary seized Pip by the sleeve and towed him back toward the library, scone crumbs trailing in their wake. Inside the dim library, Madame Bristlequill stood guard over the glowing sigil, her shadow stretched long across the floor.
There you are. Pip, Mary, this symbol is forbidden. Its meaning lost to time. Or so I thought.
I didn't do it on purpose, I swear. My magical accidents are mostly floral.
That mark predates kingdoms and councils. It binds more than books, little Warlock.
Ancient curses, secret runes. This is the best night ever.
The sigil pulsed, casting shifting patterns on the walls. Outside, a faint creak echoed through the silence. The library door creaked again as Tilda Vexley slipped inside, holding a softly glowing crystal.
I heard whispers in the square. If you're dealing with ancient magic, this trinket might reveal what's hidden. Thank you, Miss Vexley. Stand back, everyone.
Tilda waved the crystal over the sigil. A spectral message blossomed in the air, words in a language none recognized, except Eldroth, who recoiled.
That is a summons. Someone calls to what lies beneath Willowmere.
Beneath? Why is it never above?
Shadows rippled as the hooded stranger slipped through an unlocked window, boots silent on the floorboards.
The seal is weak. It must be broken tonight.
Eldroth's eyes flared. Pip's hands tingled with wild magic. Madame Bristlequill raised her heaviest tome.
Oh dear, not another magical jewel. I left my good socks at home.
Identify yourself. This is a place of learning, not larceny.
The hooded stranger raised a hand, silver runes spiraling outward. Pip felt the pack's power surge, uncertain and wild.
Pip, your will is the key. Do not let fear break the bond.
All right, pact or no pact, I won't let you harm Willowmere.
Magic collided in a flurry of light and shadow, books whirling, sigils flaring, and the air thick with unspoken words. When the light faded, the hooded stranger was gone, but the sigil now burned with new intensity, and a crack split the library floor. Whatever was beneath Willowmere, it was waking.
Chapter 5. Cracks in the Stacks and a Village in Peril.
The library trembled as the glowing crack in the floor widened, sending up sparks of violet light. Bookshelves shuddered and dust rained from the rafters.
That's not supposed to happen, is it? Please tell me that's not supposed to happen.
Everyone away from the fissure. Pip, do not poke it with your staff.
The seal is broken. The bindings are weakening. Something ancient stirs below.
Cracks in the stacks. Willowmere Library in peril. Oh, this will make a thrilling headline, assuming we survive.
Outside, bells rang and villagers crowded the square, staring at the glowing library windows. Counselor Barrow waved his cane, trying to restore order.
Remain calm. The situation is well in hand. Mostly. Stand back. I have anti-chaos charms, containment pouches, and, possibly, a portable hoe.
Tilda began handing out charms to worried villagers, who clutched them as if they might ward off earthquakes. The glow from the library intensified. Eldroth's form grew larger, eyes multiplying as he hovered over the crack. Ancient runes spun in the air, casting strange shadows.
Beneath Willowmere lies a forgotten vault, once sealed by pact and rune. It holds things best left to legend, but now its guardians stir.
Guardians? Are they friendly or more of the eat your soul variety?
Either way, we must protect the village. Pip, ready your... Oh, heavens. What is that?
From the crack, a swarm of tiny red imps burst forth, cackling and tumbling through the air, scattering books and knocking over ink pots. Imps zipped through the library and out the doors, swiping spectacles, dipping quills in ink, and tying shoelaces together with magical glee.
Tiny fiends with a taste for chaos. Oh, this is front-page material.
Eldroth, what's the quickest way to banish imps? Preferably without destroying the entire library.
Imps are creatures of loophole and mischief. Outwit them, and you may drive them back. Or at least keep your shoes.
Return my pens, you wretched goblins!
As Pip chased imps beneath the shelves, a faint, hollow voice echoed from the widening crack. Something ancient and cold, speaking words even Eldroth did not know.
That is no imp. The vault's true prisoner stirs, and its hunger is not so easily sated.
This just keeps getting better. Or, well, worse. Much worse.
As imps swarmed and villagers panicked, the crack pulsed with a sinister light. Something far more dangerous was awakening in the dark below Willowmere.
Chapter 6. The Vault Below and the Bargain of Binding.
The crack in the library floor widened with a final shudder, revealing a spiral staircase plunging into darkness. Cold mist billowed up, chilling the air.
I suppose this is the part where we bravely descend, rather than run screaming for the hills.
The village depends on us. Try not to touch anything glowing, unless you want more imps. Down the rabbit hole! Or, well, the eldritch fissure.
With lanterns and trembling nerves, Pip, Madame Bristlequill, Mary, and Tilda followed Eldroth's flickering form below. Imps scampered past their feet, chittering gleefully. Deep below, the walls pulsed with ancient runes and wards. Each step sparked ripples of arcane light.
These glyphs are old. Older than any merchant's tale I've heard. Careful, some wards bite.
Tricks and traps, puzzles and snacks.
Look, one of the imps is rearranging the runes. That can't be good.
The wards hold the presence at bay, disrupt them, and the vault's hunger will spill forth.
As they pressed on, a group of imps scrambled up a column, giggling as they swapped runes and triggered a burst of harmless but embarrassing illusions. The path ended at a vast stone door, covered in shifting symbols. Eldroth hovered before it, his many eyes somber.
This is the vault's heart. To seal it, one must offer a bargain. Magic for magic, will for will. Pip, only you can speak with what dwells beyond.
Me? But I'm barely qualified to water houseplants, much less bargain with whatever that is.
We believe in you, Pip, and if you need help, I have a very heavy encyclopedia.
And a charm for courage, freshly discounted.
Pip swallowed hard and approached the door, the symbols swirling as if watching him. The darkness behind the door coalesced, forming the vault presence, a mass of shadows and luminescent veins. Its voice was many and none.
Mortal, what will you trade for silence? Speak, or be consumed by questions that never end.
I offer a promise of growth, not destruction, of stories told and remembered.
A riddle then, halfling. Answer true and bargain is struck. Fail and all will unravel. I am taken from a mine, shut up in a wooden case, from which I am never released. And yet, I am used by almost every person. What am I?
Ooh, I know this one. But is it too obvious?
Pip hesitated, heart pounding. With a deep breath, he answered, and the vault presence paused, its tendrils retreating.
Pencil lead?
Wisdom in simplicity. The pact endures. For now.
The stone door rumbled aside, revealing a deeper passage swirling with mist and faint golden lights. The companions exchanged uneasy glances. Whatever lay ahead, the true test had only begun.
Chapter 7. The Gilded Labyrinth and the Whispering Walls.
The new passage twisted into a labyrinth of golden walls, each surface engraved with shifting murals, some moving, others whispering secrets in forgotten tongues.
This is incredible! The walls are alive with stories. Look, that mural just winked at me. Don't touch anything that blinks or breathes, Mary. Merchant's wisdom.
It's like wandering inside a history book, a very opinionated one.
Beware, the labyrinth remembers all who pass. Trust not every path, nor every word.
The group navigated sharp turns and false doors, magical illusions flickering to life, phantom staircases, upside-down rooms, and nonsensical riddles echoing from the walls.
If one more door leads to a room full of flying dictionaries, I'm confiscating the entire vault.
That statue just asked me for a scone. Did anyone bring snacks?
I have a stale oatcake and a charm for indigestion.
Mary, ever curious, pressed a glowing tile, triggering a rain of harmless but sticky golden feathers that clung to everyone's hair.
Oops, my bad. At least they're festive?
As they pressed deeper, the murals grew darker and the whispers sharper, tempting, cajoling, and sometimes pleading for release. Shadows flickered at the edge of vision.
Do not answer the walls. Some voices belong to those lost here before us.
I think one just offered me a lifetime supply of scones if I'd open a door. That's not normal, is it?
Focus, Pip. We're nearly through. Look ahead. There's a golden door.
The companions hurried, shadows swirling behind, until the labyrinth opened into a broad chamber, a massive gilded door at its far end. The golden door shimmered, then split open to reveal a towering golem, its body of marble and gold, runes blazing across its chest, jeweled eyes fixed on Pip.
None may pass but those who pay the toll of memory. Halfling, step forth and offer what cannot be regained.
That sounds rather final. Must it be me?
The pact marks you, Pip. To cross, you must choose a memory to surrender.
Pip, we're with you, no matter what you choose.
The chamber fell silent as Pip faced the Guardian, the weight of his past and the fate of Willowmere in the balance. Pip closed his eyes, sifting through memories, childhood laughter, the scent of fresh scones, quiet afternoons in the library. The golem's eyes glowed brighter.
I offer the memory of the first book I ever read.
The toll is accepted. Pass and leave behind what you have given.
The door swung wide. Pip felt a gentle ache, a missing piece in his heart. But the path forward lay open. Beyond, the vault's secrets beckoned, and new dangers waited in the darkness.
Chapter 8. Echoes of the Forgotten and the Chamber of Shadows.
Beyond the golden door, the vault widened into a vast chamber lined with crystal pillars. Each pillar shimmered with spectral images, memories not just of Pip, but of countless souls who had passed before.
It's like walking through someone else's dreams. Or nightmares. Don't look too long. These echoes can snare the unwary.
Why do some of these feel so familiar?
Memory is the coin of this place. The deeper you go, the more it demands.
The group's path was blocked by a massive chessboard inlaid into the floor, pieces already in motion. The board's voice boomed, demanding a contest of wits. None may pass unless they play. Best me, and the way is clear. Fail, and become part of the game forever.
Stand aside. I once bested the village chess champion with only a rook and 3 dictionaries.
I'm more of a checkers sort of halfling.
With teamwork and quick thinking, the companions made their moves. The illusion tried to cheat, but Mary's sharp eye caught its trickery, and the board reluctantly yielded. Clever mortals. Pass then, but beware what lies ahead. Beyond the chessboard, a small chamber housed a sealed reliquary atop a pedestal, its surface etched with swirling runes and a slumbering artifact within.
Whatever's inside, it's old and powerful.
That relic is the vault's heart. Its unrest stirs all shadows here. Disturb it, and the wraith will awaken.
Why do I get the feeling it already knows we're here?
Legendary artifact. Threat or menace? This will be a bestseller.
Shadows thickened as the air grew cold. A tall, wraith-like figure emerged, its blue eyes burning from beneath a tattered hood.
Interlopers, the pact is broken. Leave or be consumed by the vault's hunger.
I don't want to be consumed, thank you. We're only here to fix things.
Stand back! I will not let you harm this halfling, or my library.
Ready yourselves. Shadows feed on fear. Hold fast to hope or be lost.
The wraith's darkness lashed out, and the companions rallied their magic and wits, the reliquary pulsing with light as the room trembled. As Pip fought to hold his ground, a flicker of the memory he sacrificed shimmered at the edge of his mind. A book, a laugh, a moment almost remembered. The reliquary's glow responded, intensifying as if urging him onward.
I think I know what to do. Everyone, focus your thoughts on your happiest memory.
Ooh, scones and library cards. Got it. Sunlight on the sapphire coast.
The reliquary blazed with hope, pushing back the shadows, but the wraith shrieked, the chamber shaking as unseen doors began to open deeper in the vault.
Chapter 9. Doors of Dread and the Echoing Escape.
The reliquary's brilliance collided with the vault wraith's shriek, sending cracks spiderwebbing across the chamber as heavy doors burst open in the walls.
The vault cannot contain this much power. The magic is unraveling. Brace yourselves.
I think we broke it, or fixed it too hard.
The floor shifted beneath their feet, and the companions were swept into separate passages by surging magical currents. Pip stumbled through a twisting corridor, shadows swirling at his heels. The walls flickered with visions, a faceless librarian, a book he couldn't recall, laughter echoing from nowhere.
Why do I know this place? or not know it.
Each vision tugged at the memory Pip had sacrificed, leaving him dizzy and off balance. A spectral child offered him a blank page, then vanished.
Remember who you are, Pip. The vault feeds on doubt. Hold fast.
Madame Bristlequill and Mary found themselves in a high-vaulted chamber lined with ancient tomes and scrolls. An unseen breeze rustled the pages.
This is a secret library. Look at these bindings. Some of these volumes are older than Willowmere itself. The lost minutes of the council, the banned recipes of Mayor Cobblebot, and, oh, the index of unsolvable mysteries.
As they searched, the shelves rearranged themselves, revealing a staircase spiraling even deeper.
Come, Mary. The answers we need may lie below.
Tilda and Eldroth found themselves before a great obsidian archway, pulsing with silvery veins of energy. The air hummed with restrained power.
I can feel the artifact's pull. This must be the vault's true heart.
If it awakens, Willowmere's fate may be sealed. We must be ready for anything.
As they approached, the archway's energy flared, and a shadowy silhouette began to form within its depths. Alone, Pip entered a vast, echoing chamber where the shadows moved with a will of their own. At the far side, a regal figure of swirling darkness awaited, crowned in black crystal.
Welcome, little Warlock. You have come far, but now the true game begins. What will you sacrifice for the answers you seek?
I was hoping for a nice simple riddle, actually.
The shadows surged, the vizier's silver eyes narrowing as Pip braced for a bargain unlike any before. Somewhere, the fate of Willowmere hung in the balance.
Chapter 10. The Bargain of Shadows and the Splintering Light.
In the swirling gloom, Pip stood his ground before the shadow vizier, shadows dancing at the edge of his vision.
Surrender what remains of your light, and I shall grant you forgotten power. Memories untold, destinies rewritten.
I don't think that's quite what I need, actually. I'd rather not lose any more memories.
Refuse, and your village will drown in shadow. Choose, little Warlock. Pip, a true pact is made with the heart, not in fear. Remember your promise.
I choose hope. And scones. And friends. You can keep your shadows.
The vizier's eyes narrowed, and cracks of light splintered through the darkness as Pip's refusal sent ripples through the chamber. Madame Bristlequill and Mary crept down the spiral stairs, entering a candlelit archive where a translucent figure hovered over ancient records.
Seekers of knowledge, what do you wish to know?
We seek the truth of the artifact, the one that stirs the vault and haunts Willowmere. Also, if you have the original recipe for sugar-dusted scones, I'd be grateful.
The archivist's shade opened a heavy tome, revealing inked images of past warlocks, the artifact's shifting forms, and a prophecy half-burned by shadow.
The artifact binds hope and memory. To break its unrest, the bearer must face the shadow within.
At the obsidian archway, Tilda and Eldroth faced a swirling barrier of silver light. The arch pulsed as if reading their intentions.
I think it's waiting for us to step through. Together.
Trust is the key. The vault tests not only power, but the bonds we forge.
Hand in spectral hand, Tilda and Eldroth crossed the threshold. The barrier softened, revealing a bridge of light over endless shadow. In Pip's chamber, the shadow vizier's patience snapped. Shadows erupted, clawing at the splintering light, threatening to tear the vault open to the world above.
If you will not yield, then let all Willowmere share your fate.
I won't let you hurt my friends. I'll improvise something.
The chamber's boundaries cracked, light and shadow bleeding into one another as distant voices, Bristlequills, Marys, Tildas, echoed in Pip's mind. Above, the vault's magic shuddered, shadows spilling toward Willowmere. The true test of the accidental warlock's will had only just begun.
Chapter 11. The light between shadows and the unwritten page.
Shadows and light warred around Pip as cracks widened in the vault. Drawing a shaky breath, Pip clutched his satchel and imagined his friends' voices, weaving a makeshift spell of connection.
If you can hear me, Mary, Bristlequill, Tilda, don't let go. Remember your best day, your brightest hope.
Well done, little warlock. The true spell is cast from the heart, not the tongue.
Faint golden threads glimmered through the chaos, linking Pip to his scattered companions. For a moment, the shadows recoiled. In the archive, Madame Bristlequill and Mary watched as the archivist Shade traced the prophecy's final lines with a spectral finger.
When shadow seeks to claim the page, hope's quill must write anew. The unwritten binds what memory cannot.
An unwritten page. It's not what we've lost, but what we can still create. Pip's magic is always a bit unpredictable. Maybe that's exactly what we need.
The prophecy glowed faintly, as if encouraging the party onward. Tilda and Eldroth hurried across the glowing bridge, shadows swirling below. The archway behind them cracked as the vizier's magic surged.
Faster, Eldroth! The bridge is fading. Can you hold it steady?
Only if hope outweighs fear. Step with faith, Tilda.
With a leap of trust, the two reached the far side just as the bridge flickered out, leaving them at the threshold of Pip's chamber. In the heart of chaos, Pip's golden threads wove themselves into a blank, radiant page floating between him and the shadow vizier. Light spilled from its surface, pressing back the gloom.
Oh, you cannot bind me with nothingness.
It's not nothing. It's possibility. It's every story we've yet to tell.
The unwritten page, the truest binding. The shadow cannot erase what has not yet been written.
The vizier staggered, shadows unraveling, but with a scream, the entity hurled a final surge of erasing darkness at Pip and the others, threatening to wipe out hope itself.
Chapter 12. Erasure and Ink. The battle for the blank page.
The vizier's wave of erasing shadow swept toward Pip and the glowing page, devouring color and sound as it came.
I don't suppose anyone has a counterspell for utter obliteration?
The page is possibility itself. Write your hope, Pip. That is the only shield.
Shadows battered at Pip's magical barrier, tendrils clawing for the blank page. Madame Bristlequill and Mary burst into the chamber, parchment and prophecy in hand. Golden threads from Pip's spell wrapped around them, linking their magic.
Pip, the prophecy. Anchor the page with memory and hope. We'll hold the shadows. Quick, think of something wonderful, like scones or, ooh, the first library card I ever got.
As the companions focused, the page pulsed with new light, its edges solidifying against the tide of erasure. At the edge of the chamber, Tilda and Eldroth fought back a wave of shadow minions, Eldroth's runes flaring as Tilda's charms scattered bursts of light.
There's no end to them. Eldroth, any bright ideas?
Light is born of unity. Channel their hope to me.
As their magic joined the others, the minions shrieked and faltered, some dissolving into harmless mist. Pip, heart pounding, pressed his quill to the page. The vizier's darkness crashed down, but the page absorbed the blow.
If stories can save us, then let's begin a new one.
Right, Pip. Make it count.
Pip wrote the word, together. Light blossomed from the page, flinging the vizier's form backward, shadows splintering.
No! Unity cannot bind me forever. I will return.
As the light faded, the vizier's form dissolved into wisps, but dark ink seeped along the cracks of the vault, pooling ominously.
Is it supposed to do that? Because that looks like the start of a sequel, not an ending.
Shadows never vanish. They change shape. Be wary, for the ink of old stories writes new dangers.
I think we've won, for now. But this page is far from full.
Deep below, the ink swirled into strange runes, a new presence stirring in the vault's depths as the companions caught their breath.
Chapter 13. Ink and Echoes, the vault's new riddle.
The vault's silence was broken only by the drip and ripple of black ink, which pulsed with faint, arcane energy as it pooled in the cracks.
It's moving. Should ink be moving?
Only if it's trying to write something, which I sincerely hope it isn't.
Beware. Some stories refuse to end. They seek new authors.
Strange runes began to appear along the walls, glowing with the same energy as the ink, their meaning shifting and elusive. The archivist shade drifted closer, tome in hand, its hollow eyes fixed on the spreading ink.
The vault's stories are restless. If the puzzle is not solved, the ink will rewrite all within.
Then we must decipher these runes before the vault becomes nothing but a blot on the map. Some of these symbols look familiar. They're shifting between languages, Elvish, Dwarven, even Gnomish shorthand. I'll start transcribing. Maybe if we read the right word, the ink will settle down.
The group huddled together, comparing notes as the runes flickered between forms. Every attempt to read them aloud caused the ink to pulse or withdraw.
Speak the truth unwritten, reveal the tale unspun. That's what it almost says, but then it changes.
It's a logic puzzle. The answer must be something that's both written and unwritten. Pip, maybe your unique magic is what the runes want. Try not to overthink it.
The vault listens for intent as much as words. Speak from the heart, Pip.
The ink at the center of the chamber bubbled violently, then surged upward, coalescing into a towering figure with a glass inkwell for a heart and arms of quill-like appendages.
Who dares disturb the unfinished story? Solve the riddle or be rewritten. I was hoping for a friendly bookmark, not a giant ink monster.
It's made of actual words. Look, the script keeps changing. Some of it's upside down.
The golem's script-covered arms swept wide, blocking all exits, as the companions braced for the vault's newest challenge.
Chapter 14. Quills and Quandaries, the Golem's Riddle.
The inkwell golem towered above the companions, its quill arms shifting as runes spun across its chest. The air shimmered with ink-scented magic.
Answer or be rewritten. What is both the end and the beginning, is blank yet full, and binds all stories in unity. Does it want a poem or a philosophical treatise?
The answer is the end.
The golem's script flashed red, and a sudden gust of wind scattered pages around the room.
Incorrect. The unwritten is not the ended. Try again.
Tilda attempted imagination, and Eldroth whispered, memory. Each guest sent inky tendrils swirling around their feet, momentarily distorting their voices and faces.
I sound like I'm underwater. This is highly unprofitable.
The riddle is deeper. Look at the script. It shifts with every answer.
Wait! The script is forming a pattern. See? It's a circle, not a line. Maybe the answer isn't a word, but an idea.
Pip, recalling the unwritten page and the power of unity, stepped forward and faced the golem's blank mask.
Is the answer the page? It's blank, but it holds every story. It's the beginning and the end, together.
The golem's runes glowed gold, the ink swirling harmlessly away as its quill arms folded in approval.
The page unites all. You may pass, but beware, the ink runs deeper than you know.
As the golem stepped aside, the vault transformed. Corridors stretched into endless bookshelves, passages winding and shifting. The group found themselves in a maze of enchanted tomes and whispered secrets.
A labyrinthine library. I knew this day would come. Quick, everyone grab a book. Maybe one has a map.
I don't like the look of those shadows between the shelves.
High above, a slender shadow with a pale mask watched the party's progress, its gaze cold and calculating. As the party pressed deeper into the maze, the masked shadow watcher drifted silently after them, its form flickering in the lantern light.
We are not alone. Something old and clever marks our steps.
I'd like to file a complaint with the library staff.
The shelves shifted, closing off escape routes as the shadow watcher's mask appeared at the end of the aisle, silent and unmoving.
Chapter 15. Shelves of Shadows and the Whispering Mask.
The companions pressed forward, the library shelves sliding and twisting behind them, sealing off old paths and revealing new ones.
Keep close, everyone. This place likes to play tricks on the mind.
The maze is sentient. It responds to fear, curiosity, and unfinished tales.
I'd settle for a nice, straightforward index right about now.
Far behind, the pale mask of the shadow watcher glided silently between the stacks, always just out of reach. Madame Bristlequill brushed her fingers across a shelf of ancient, locked tomes. One snapped open, glowing runes spilling into the air.
These are forbidden works, sealed with puzzles, not locks. They want to be solved. There's a pattern to the spine titles. Begin, turn, return, learn. I think they're directions.
The library rewards cleverness. Follow Mary's pattern, but be wary. Some books bite back.
Mary darted from shelf to shelf, tracing the path of clues while dodging a book that tried to snap shut on her fingers. Tilda and Pip pressed on, but the shelves suddenly rearranged, splitting the group and dropping Tilda and Pip into a narrow corridor lined with trap-laden encyclopedias.
Duck, Pip. That one's labeled Comprehensive History of Falling Objects.
I'd rather not be a footnote in that volume.
Pip dodged a tumbling atlas, while Tilda snatched him out of the way of a flying thesaurus. They landed beside a spiral staircase leading deeper into the stacks. As the group regrouped at the staircase's base, the Shadow Watcher appeared, its mask inches from the nearest lantern's glow. Its voice, more felt than heard, curled through the shelves.
Speak the word that opens every door, binds every tale, and ends every night. Fail and wander lost in shadow.
Is it please, or maybe the end again?
It must be something universal, something all stories share.
The shelves closed in, shadows thickening, as the riddle's power threatened to trap them forever. As panic rose, Pip blurted out, "Once!" The word echoed through the maze, shaking the shelves and sending a ripple of golden light through the shadows.
So the story begins. The power of beginnings. You have chosen well, Pip.
The library trembled, shelves spinning and rearranging as a hidden passage opened beneath the party's feet, dropping them into darkness.
Chapter 16. The scriptorium below and the silver quill.
The companions tumbled through swirling darkness, landing in a chamber filled with the scratching of countless quills and the rustle of parchment.
Ow! I landed on something squishy. Please tell me it's just old paper. A scriptorium! These manuscripts haven't seen daylight in centuries.
Animated quills zipped overhead, spectral scribes hunched over endless scrolls, and magical lanterns floated in the dust-laden air. Tilda's eyes caught a pedestal at the room's center, upon which rested a gleaming silver quill, its feather shimmering with runes.
That's not just any quill. Look at the runes. It's practically humming with magic.
Tools of creation and erasure are often one and the same. Use it with care.
Is it safe to touch? My luck with magical artifacts is variable.
Tilda gently lifted the quill. The air shimmered, and a faint silver line traced itself from the pedestal to a hidden door in the wall. The spectral scribes continued their work, endlessly copying and editing the same passage. Their eyes glowed brighter as Pip approached, drawn by the Warlock's magic.
Write, rewrite, erase, restore. The story never ends.
They're trapped in a loop, caught by an unfinished tale. We must help them break free. What if they want us to finish the story for them?
Beware. The ink that binds can also consume.
Following the silver line, Mary traced her fingers along the wall, revealing a hidden door etched with cryptic symbols and a partially erased inscription.
There's something written here. Only the true author may pass, pen in hand and story in heart. That must mean the quill is the key. Pip, are you ready to write us through? 2.
I'll try, but I hope it's not a trick ending.
As Pip stepped forward, the spectral scribes turned in unison, their eyes fixed on him, and the walls began to close in with a grinding rumble.
Chapter 17. Lines unwritten and the living story.
With the walls grinding closer, Pip gripped the silver quill, heart pounding. He scrawled a hasty sentence onto the air. The companions found a way forward, guided by hope and wit.
Please work, please work, please work.
You're doing splendidly, Pip. Keep the sentences short and clear.
The words glowed, stretching into a shimmering doorway. The spectral scribes, freed from their loop, bowed and faded into gentle wisps. The party stepped into a vast chamber where the air was thick with drifting letters, half-formed sentences, and the scent of old parchment.
I've never seen so many half-written stories in one place. It's like a writer's attic exploded. Do you hear that? It's like voices arguing over how a story should end.
Glowing words swirled around them, sometimes shaping into images or vanishing mid-thought. In the center, something large shifted, a form coalescing from the script itself. From the heart of the chamber, the living story emerged, a shifting figure of words and sentences, face and limbs flickering with every thought.
I am the tale unwritten, the ending unknown. Shape me, or be lost in the tide of ink. Shape me.
A sentient narrative. This place is a crossroads of all possible endings.
It wants us to finish its story. But what if we choose wrong?
The chamber trembled, ink swirling around their feet, as the living story's body became more fragmented, sentences unraveling. The living story stretched out a hand of words, offering Pip the unfinished sentence. And so, with courage and
snacks? No, wait, that's not right.
Maybe it wants something true, not just clever. Try what's in your heart, Pip. That's never failed us yet.
Pip's hand shook as he hovered the quill over the glowing script, the ink tide rising higher, the living story's form threatening to dissolve entirely.
Chapter 18. And so, with courage and cake.
As the ink threatened to swallow their boots, Pip's voice rang out, silver quill poised. And so, with courage and cake, the friends faced what came next together.
If you can't be brave on an empty stomach, you're doomed.
That's the best ending I've ever heard.
The chamber burst into color, words spinning into banners, ink receding as a long table groaned under a feast of magical cakes and pastries. The living story, now whole, bowed and faded, leaving laughter behind. As laughter faded, a tall, masked figure in embroidered robes appeared at the head of the table, golden staff in hand.
Every story must end, but how it ends is yours to choose. Welcome to my banquet, honored guests.
Thank you, but we've learned to be careful with magical banquets.
Are we guests, or are we being tested?
The keeper's silver mask never changed, but their eyes glinted with secret amusement as the feast shimmered and shifted shape. The companions found that each dish on the table was labeled with a riddle or a clue. Some cakes changed flavors when questioned, others vanished if doubted.
Eat what is sweet, but not too soon. Drink what is wise, or face your doom. This is a test of patience and discernment. If you eat the curiosity crumpet before the answer eclair, it turns into a frog.
How do you eat a paradox tart?
Carefully, and with extra napkins.
As they solved each puzzle, the feast rearranged, the room growing brighter with each correct answer. When the last puzzle was solved, the keeper rose and gestured to a door outlined in golden script.
Behind this door lies the cost of every ending. Choose wisely, for some stories are written in sacrifice.
Every tale demands a price. Let us meet it together.
I hope the price isn't my library card. I just renewed it.
The golden door swung open, revealing a swirling darkness beyond, as the keeper's mask glimmered with cryptic promise.
Chapter 19. The Price of Passage and the Forgotten Fable.
The companions stepped into swirling mist, the golden scripted door vanishing behind them. Memories, half-remembered and strange, drifted past, their voices echoing in the haze.
Is it just me, or does this place feel like the inside of a dream you can't quite remember? I keep seeing old teachers waving overdue notices at me. Stay focused. These are only fragments. Don't let them pull you in.
The mists thickened, each companion finding themselves alone, surrounded by visions from their own pasts. Pip stared at a reflection, a version of himself in a crisp librarian's coat, holding a thick contract. The other Pip's eyes sparkled with quiet confidence. What if you'd signed the right form, Pip? What if you'd chosen certainty over chaos?
But then I'd never have met my friends, or learned what I'm capable of.
Will you trade adventure for comfort? Or write your own ending? Pip reached out and the reflection vanished, the mists parting as he stepped forward with new resolve. Each companion faced illusions. Tilda's lost bargains, Mary's unfinished inventions, Bristlequill's unread books. Eldroth drifted between them, its many eyes glowing, weaving a memory of unity.
You are not alone. The story is shared. Find each other, and the way will open. Be it a bent.
I won't trade the present for regret. Come on, everyone. Let's regroup. I'll invent something new, right now. No book unread, no friend forgotten. Forward.
The illusions faded as the companions reached for each other, the mists clearing to reveal an ancient book on a pedestal, bound in spectral chains. Before the pedestal stood a gaunt, translucent librarian, chains coiled around spectral wrists. Its eyes peered over thick spectacles, voice echoing with ancient authority.
This is the forgotten fable. To read it is to pay its price. Only those willing to lose a piece of themselves may turn its page.
What kind of price? Memory? Name? Or something worse?
If it means saving the story, I'll do what I must.
The spectral librarian gestured, the chains rattling as the book glowed with hidden runes. Pip's hand hovered over the chained book. The companion stood beside him, the mist swirling, spectral chains rattling with anticipation.
Choose, or the story ends here. Whatever you lose, we will help you remember.
Then let's find out what's on the next page, together.
As Pip touched the book, the runes flared and the mists howled, the next chapter waiting to be written.
Chapter 20. The price paid and the memory unwritten.
As Pip's hand touched the chained book, the runes blazed and spectral chains snapped tight around his wrist. A pulse of magic swept through the chamber.
The price is set, a memory most dear, unwritten from your mind.
If it saves the story, I'll pay it.
Pip, are you sure?
The book's pages burst open, swirling the companions into a vortex of color and thought. The party tumbled into a strange landscape stitched together from fragments of Pip's memories, childhood laughter, lost libraries, and a door he could not recall.
We're inside the story. Inside Pip's story. Pip, what do you see? What's missing?
I can't remember the taste of my favourite cake or the face of my first friend. There's a hole in my heart.
The landscape shifted, scenes flickering and breaking apart, as the companions realized they needed to mend the story together. Each companion offered a piece of themselves. Mary's laughter, Tilda's courage, Bristlequill's wisdom, and Eldroth's ancient song. The fractured scenes began to mend.
Stories live in those who share them. Let us write your memory anew.
Pip, hold on to us. We'll help you remember, even if you can't recall everything.
Thank you. All of you.
The blank door filled with color, laughter echoing, and Pip's memory, changed but whole, returned. The book's spectral chains shattered, revealing a hidden map inked in starlight on the final page. The companions gathered around, hope shining in their eyes.
Look, it points to the next vault. There's a path we never saw before.
We did it, Pip. We're still together.
I may have lost something, but I gained a lot more.
The spectral librarian faded, leaving only a faint whisper and a lingering shadow as the companions prepared to move on. As the party turned to leave, Pip glanced back. The shadow of the spectral librarian lingered, its eyes following them, and the book's pages fluttered in a wind no one felt.
I have a feeling we haven't paid the last of the price.
Some debts are not paid in memory, but in destiny.
Whatever's waiting, we'll face it together.
As the companions stepped into the light of the new path, the shadow stretched after them, and the book's title faded from Pip's mind.
Chapter 21. Starlit Map and the Vault of Echoes.
The companions stepped onto a glowing trail, the map's starlight illuminating shifting hills and ancient ruins. Shadows of forgotten stories flickered at the edges of the path.
The map's leading us somewhere real. Look, the constellations are matching the stones. I bet there's a hidden mechanism under that standing stone, or a cake recipe, or both.
It feels lighter out here, like the air is full of stories waiting to be told.
As they walked, the world shifted, the path resolving into an ancient archway carved with musical notes and swirling script. Beyond the archway lay the Vault of Echoes, a vast chamber where voices from every direction whispered and sang, their words looping in endless refrain.
Listen, each echo is a fragment of a story. Some are warnings, some are riddles.
This is a crossroads of memory and fate. Tread carefully. Truth and lie sound the same here. Doom.
Did anyone else hear themselves say, "Turn back"? Because I did. Twice.
Their own voices echoed back with doubts and hopes, swirling around as they moved deeper. At the vault's center, a pedestal glowed with shifting light. An inscription read, "Speak the word that unites all echoes, or remain lost in the chorus."
Maybe it's truth? Or together? No, listen. The echoes all end the same way. With silence.
But what if the answer is a word we've forgotten?
As Pip spoke, a translucent figure, his own echo, appeared beckoning with a blurred hand and an unnaturally bright smile. The echo of Pip's memory gestured toward a shadowed hallway, its voice weaving through the cacophony.
This way, Pip. I know the answer. Trust what you've lost.
Don't follow it. That's not really you, Pip.
Echoes can guide or deceive. Choose your path with care.
The ground trembled, pillars cracking as the vault began to collapse. The echo's hand outstretched and the real exit hidden from view. As the vault crumbled, the companions dashed for the hidden door. Only a word, lost to Pip's memory, would open it. The echo grinned, fading into the dust.
Pip, you have to remember. What was the name of the story?
I don't know. It's right there, just out of reach.
Don't give up, Pip. If you can't recall it, make a new ending.
As dust and echoes closed in, Pip lifted his voice, about to speak a word that might save them or seal their fate.
Chapter 22. A word remade and the door beyond.
With the vault shaking apart and the echoes closing in, Pip's eyes widened. He took a breath and declared, "End begin!" A word that had never existed until that moment.
Please work. Please be enough.
Did he just make up a word? That's brilliant!
The hidden door blazed with new runes and flung open. The companions tumbled through just as the vault collapsed in a thunder of sound and dust. The companions landed in a quiet glade bathed in moonlight, surrounded by wildflowers and gentle mist. But the air shimmered with faint, lingering echoes from the vault.
We made it, but I still hear voices. Are those our words from before? The echoes shouldn't have followed us. Something about the vault's collapse has left reality frayed.
Beware. Stories unbound may seek endings of their own. Ooh.
The moonlight flickered, shapes shifting in the mist as stray echoes repeated old hopes and fears. From the shadows stepped a slender figure in a midnight blue cloak, silver mask gleaming in the moonlight. The masked chronicler approached, holding a blank, shimmering parchment.
The world remembers what you forget. Take this page. It will hold stray echoes, but only if you write your truth upon it.
What if I don't know my truth?
Then write what you hope for. The page will shape itself to your story.
The parchment glowed faintly in Pip's hand, absorbing a swirl of echoing words as the chronicler melted back into the shadows. As the companions pressed forward, the glade twisted into a shifting labyrinth, paths looping and folding on themselves, lined with fragments of unfinished tales and spectral images.
I don't like this.
Every turn feels like a story that never found its ending. We just have to keep moving. If the chronicler's page can hold the echoes, maybe it can guide us out.
Let's try. Together.
As they chose their path, the chronicler's silhouette faded, and the echoes began to whisper warnings, some in voices not their own. The mist thickened, echoes growing louder and stranger, the labyrinth paths shifting beneath their feet. A new voice, one none of them recognized, rose above the rest, calling Pip's name from the heart of the maze.
That's not any of us. Who else knows you're here, Pip?
The maze remembers all stories, even those not yet written.
I think we're about to meet the author.
As the companions braced themselves, the mist parted to reveal a shadowy figure at the labyrinth's center, its voice echoing with the weight of countless tales.
Chapter 23. The Shadow Author and the Maze of Unwritten Fates.
The mist parted to reveal the shadow author, a towering figure of ink and shifting faces, robes trailing parchment scraps. Its quill staff tapped the ground, sending ripples through the labyrinth.
Welcome, lost ones. I'm the hand behind Unwritten Fates. Will you claim your ending, or let your tale drift unfinished?
We're not here for an ending. Not yet.
Stories are meant to be lived, not caged.
The echoes intensified, swirling with visions of paths not taken and tales left incomplete. The shadow author gestured, and the maze shifted. Each companion found themselves at a crossroads where alternate versions of their lives beckoned.
Pip, you could return to a quiet life. No danger, no magic, no regrets. Merely sign your name, and I will rewrite your tale.
What if we're happier in a different story? No tale worth telling is ever easy.
Every path has a cost. Choose with care.
The crossroads shimmered with possible futures, but the companions looked to each other for courage. Pip gripped the blank page from the chronicler. Instead of signing away his story, he began to write, a new beginning, shaped by friendship and courage.
I don't want to erase my story. I want to keep writing it, with all of you.
That's the Pip I know.
Beginnings are easy. Endings are inevitable.
The page glowed, the labyrinth trembling as Pip's words sparked against the author's power. With a final flourish, Pip's words shone and wrapped around his friends. The author's maze cracked, its walls collapsing into light and ink.
He's done it! The author's hold is breaking!
Unfinished stories never truly vanish. When you falter, I will return.
Then we'll just keep writing new chapters.
The maze shattered, the companions tumbling free into a field of starlight as the author's form unraveled. As the party caught their breath in the starlit field, a final echo from the shadow author drifted on the breeze.
Stories left unfinished will find you again. Beware, the greatest tales are those that never truly end.
Then let's make sure ours keeps going.
As the starlight faded, a new path appeared, spiraling upward into the unknown, beckoning them onward.
Chapter 24. Stairway of Whispers and the Celestial Scriptorium.
The companions climbed the spiraling stairway of starlight, each step ringing with whispered secrets and the shimmer of old hopes. Stars drifted beside them, illuminating the path.
I can hear my grandma's voice. She's telling me not to eat the moonberries again. Every step feels like a wish I forgot I made.
What if we're walking through our own dreams?
The stairway ascended into a glowing cloud, the whispers growing louder as they reached the summit. At the summit, the stairway opened into the celestial scriptorium, a grand library floating among constellations, its shelves stacked with books that glowed like nebulae.
A library in the sky. This is the greatest collection I've ever seen.
Every tale ever dreamed, written in the language of stars. Da-da-ta.
Who keeps all these stories safe?
A tall figure in robes of starlight drifted forward, face hidden behind a crescent moon mask, eyes glowing blue. The astral curator. The astral curator beckoned them to a pedestal where a massive tome, its cover shimmering with constellations, rested open.
This is the Book of Stars. Gaze within and glimpse the threads of your destiny. But no, knowledge demands a price.
What sort of price?
That which you learn, you cannot unlearn. And some paths, once seen, cannot be avoided.
The companions exchanged glances, curiosity and trepidation mingling as Pip stepped forward to peer into the book. As Pip gazed into the Book of Stars, lines of starlight wove possible futures, some bright, some shadowed. Suddenly, a constellation flickered and vanished, the page trembling.
Something's wrong. The stars are going out.
When fate is observed, it may shift or shatter.
Did I break something? Or is something coming for us?
The scriptorium trembled as a crack split the sky above, silvery light bleeding through the rift. The crack widened, starlight swirling as the scriptorium's books shook on their shelves. The astral curator raised a silver-tipped hand, voice echoing through the chaos.
Hold fast, seekers. The stories are unraveling. Something ancient stirs beyond the veil.
We're with you, Pip. Whatever comes through, we'll face it together.
Then let's write a new fate before it's too late.
With a thunder of breaking stars, the crack split wide, and shadows poured into the library as the companions braced for what would emerge.
Chapter 25. Shadows Beyond the Veil.
Shadows poured from the sky's crack, writhing and twisting, forming into living story fragments, unfinished and hungry. The library shuddered with every impact.
They're taking shape from the stories themselves, unfinished tales given form.
Beware. These are fates unbound.
I saw a shadow with my old school hat.
The companions braced as the shadows lunged, shelves of glowing books toppling in the chaos. The astral curator wielded silver-tipped hands, casting runes of containment. Pip and the others fought back with words, reciting tales and riddles to bind the shadows.
Speak your truths. Stories have power here.
Once there was a merchant who outwitted a dragon with a single joke.
There was a halfling who definitely meant well, and sometimes that was enough.
And a gnome who always finished her stories, even if she had to make up the endings.
The shadows recoiled at each tale, their forms flickering and weakening with every word spoken. Pip's blank page glowed, drawing in stray shadows. Each tale he spoke caused a shadow to dissolve and be absorbed, but the page grew heavier and darker.
The page is filling up. What if it can't hold them all?
Don't stop, Pip. Every story you finish weakens them.
Be wary. Some stories resist endings.
The largest shadow began to gather the others, growing into a colossal, swirling mass at the center of the scriptorium. With the page trembling in his hands, Pip gripped his quill and inscribed a single word: hope. The page blazed with golden light, sending a shockwave through the scriptorium.
No story ends while hope remains.
He's turning the shadows to light. Keep going.
It's working. Look at the path.
The colossal shadow shrieked and began to unravel, golden light streaming from the page as a new, radiant path formed beyond the scriptorium's walls. The shadows vanished, the the page pulsed with lingering power, and the new golden path beckoned. But as the companions prepared to follow it, the scriptorium's books began to whisper warnings of a price yet unpaid.
Nothing comes without cost. We must be ready for what lies ahead. But just look at that road. Where do you think it leads?
The page has become a key and a burden. Guard it well, Pip.
Whatever comes, we'll face it together.
With the page glowing in his hands, Pip stepped onto the golden path, and the doors of the scriptorium closed behind them with a thunderous finality.
Chapter 26. The Toll of the Golden Road.
The golden path wound through a shifting landscape, sometimes a bridge over stars, sometimes a road through shadowy woods. Each companion glimpsed visions of the lives they might have lived.
I see a market where I never left home. But that's not my story. I almost wish I could stay in some of these dreams.
All possible tales converge on choice.
Pip's enchanted page tugged at his hand, growing heavier with each step, memories flickering at its edges. At the path's midpoint, the road narrowed to a single archway. A spectral figure in tattered gold robes stood before a set of golden scales, eyes glimmering from an empty hood.
To pass, you must pay. One memory from each, lost to the road forever.
We've paid enough in stories already.
Refuse and remain here, trapped between past and future.
The companions exchanged uneasy glances as the scales tipped, waiting for their tribute. One by one, the companions offered memories: a lost friend's laughter, a first market sale, the scent of a childhood home. The tollkeeper gathered them, and the scales balanced.
I hope I never forget how to finish a story.
It hurts, but we keep moving.
All stories flow forward, even when part is lost.
The golden path brightened, but Pip hesitated, feeling his own memories slipping. Pip, desperate not to lose another piece of himself, spoke his memory aloud, inviting his friends to share it with him. The page in his hand shimmered, and the memory split, a piece given, but not lost.
If we all hold this memory, maybe it won't truly be gone.
There's power in stories shared.
Clever, but every tale has its toll. Beware the debt that lingers.
The scales tipped, and the tollkeeper faded. The path ahead shifted, revealing the distant ruins of a sunken city glimmering on the horizon. As they walked, Pip's enchanted page pulsed and grew heavier, tugging at his arm. The golden path trembled, and a distant bell tolled from the direction of the sunken city.
The page demands a price not yet paid. The greatest stories ask the most of their tellers.
I can feel something waiting for us. Something I might not want to remember.
Whatever it is, you won't face it alone.
The golden path carried them onward as shadows gathered at its edge, and the city's bell tolled again, louder, calling them into the unknown.
Chapter 27. The Bells of the Drowned City.
The golden path descended into thick mist, revealing ruined arches and flooded streets. Bells echoed through the fog, guiding the companions to the city's drowned gates.
Are those people in the water, or just shadows? It feels like the city's watching us.
Memory lingers here. Tread lightly.
Faded silhouettes drifted beneath the surface, reliving fragments of forgotten days. The companions waded through the flooded streets, spectral residents drifting by, each reliving a moment of loss or longing.
They're trapped in their stories,
We must be careful not to join them.
My page, it feels heavier here.
The city's curse feeds on what's left unsaid.
A child's specter offered Pip a faded toy. He accepted, and a wave of sorrow washed over him, the page shuddering in his grasp. At the heart of the city, beneath a cracked bell tower, the bellkeeper awaited, a spectral figure, helm gleaming dully in the gloom.
Welcome, seekers. This city is chained to a forgotten name. Only by sharing your loss can you pass.
How do we break the curse?
The bell will not ring true until its name is spoken, and the cost is paid.
Thunder rumbled as the city's towers trembled, the curse stirring at the bellkeeper's words. Each companion stepped forward, sharing a memory of loss, binding their stories to the city's fate. The spectral residents paused to listen, the air thick with sorrow and hope.
I lost my old home,
But I found new friends. I miss my mentor's voice, but her wisdom guides me still.
I can't remember what I've lost, but I feel it.
Each story brings us closer to release. Yet the name must be found, or all will drown again.
The bell tolled, and Pip's page grew unbearably heavy, pulling at his heart as the storm broke above. Lightning split the sky as the bell tower shuddered, the city's curse awakening. The companions were swept in a surge of water toward the tower's doors, the bellkeeper's staff ringing out a final warning.
Seek the name, or be lost with us.
hold on to each other! We're almost there!
The page. If I let go, I'll forget everything.
As the doors slammed shut behind them, the bell tower filled with rising water and the echo of countless forgotten names.
Chapter 28. The Flooded Tower and the Forgotten Name.
Water surged up the stone steps, swirling around the companions' ankles as the bell tower groaned. Visions flickered in the spray, fragments of the city's lost days.
The water's rising too fast. I can't swim in boots.
Don't look away from the visions. There may be clues.
Let the memories guide us upward.
Faces from the past beckoned through the water, whispering half-remembered names. Climbing higher, the party found a mural along the tower's inner wall. A regal woman standing before the city, her name scraped away, surrounded by spectral children.
She must be the founder. Why erase her name? Look, each child is holding a different letter. Is it a clue?
Maybe if we gather the letters, we can restore her name.
As the companions studied the mural, a spectral child appeared, watching them with luminous eyes and clutching a faded doll. The spectral child beckoned, leading the companions through flooded landings. On each level, a memory played out, a puzzle piece in the city's forgotten story.
Find the letters, put her name together, then the bell will ring true.
We're with you. Show us the way.
Remember every detail, everyone.
Each memory revealed a new letter, glowing briefly before fading into Pip's enchanted page, which pulsed brighter with every clue. At the summit, the companions faced the great bell, inscribed with a riddle missing its final word. Stormlight flashed through the belfry's broken arches, water swirling at their knees.
What's the answer? We have the letters, but what do they spell?
The page is burning hot. I think it's trying to help.
Quick, Pip! Put the letters together before the water rises!
As Pip arranged the glowing letters on the page, a distant bell tolled, and a shadowy hand rose from the depths below, reaching toward him. As Pip tried to speak the founder's name, the shadowy hand seized his ankle, pulling him toward the depths. The bell tolled, thunder crashed, and the answer hovered on the tip of his tongue.
Pip, hold on. Name her before you're lost.
Don't let go of the page!
I remember.
The water surged and the tower trembled as the answer, and Pip's fate hung in the balance.
Chapter 29. The Toll of Memory and the Name Restored.
Pip struggled against the shadowy hand, the bell's toll echoing through the flooded tower as the companions called out clues and encouragement.
Pip, remember the mural, the letters, the children! What do they spell? Say it, Pip.
Lumina. Lumina. Her name is Lumina.
The name rang out, shattering the shadow's grip as the bell pealed with a clear, triumphant sound. Light burst through the tower, banishing the darkness. The water drained away, revealing polished stone beneath their feet. The spectral city's residents, now peaceful, gathered in silent gratitude as the storm faded.
It's over. The city's free.
Thank you for remembering. The weight of memory is lighter when shared.
The great bell rang one last time, then fell silent as the mist lifted from the city. The bellkeeper's form shifted, revealing the founder's spirit, Lumina, radiant and grateful. She approached Pip and the companions, holding her silver bell.
You have restored my name and freed this city. Carry hope with you, and beware the shadows that covet memory.
We're honored, Lady Lumina. May your city know peace.
I'll remember, always.
With a final smile, Lumina rang her bell, opening a portal of shimmering light for the companions' journey onward. As the companions stepped into the portal, Pip's enchanted page glowed, and a strange sigil appeared, an eye surrounded by thorns. A chill ran down his spine.
Pip, what's that on your page?
That mark is a warning. We are not the only ones watching.
Just when things were feeling hopeful.
The sigil pulsed as the portal closed behind them, leaving the companions in a new, shadow-streaked landscape. The companions gazed across a strange realm of shifting shadows and twisted trees. In the distance, a massive eye blinked open atop a dark tower, fixing on Pip.
I think our next story just found us. Stay close, everyone. Shadows have long memories.
Let's keep going, no matter what's watching.
As the eye narrowed, the path twisted forward, drawing the companions deeper into the unknown.
Chapter 30. The Eye in the Withering Wood.
The companions entered the Withering Wood, where twisted trees groaned and shadows slid between roots. Above, the eye atop the tower blinked, its gaze warping the path ahead.
I've never seen trees move quite like that. Are those branches or arms?
The eye's magic turns fear to flesh. We must hold to truth.
Pip's marked page tugged at his hand, glowing faintly as if pointing the way. Each step twisted the world. Branches became grasping hands, roots whispered regrets, and illusions of lost friends beckoned from the gloom.
Ignore them. They're only shadows.
I see home, but it's wrong. Everything's upside down.
Stay together. It's trying to split us up.
The trees parted, revealing a masked figure standing motionless in their path. The silent guardian raised a vine-wrapped staff, tracing a sigil in the air. No words were spoken, but a sense of warning pressed into the companions' minds.
Are you friend or foe?
Beware the eye. It seeks a story to rewrite. Do not let it choose yours. The eye feeds on uncertainty. Stand firm in your tale. D.
The guardian gestured to a hidden path, its entrance veiled in thorns and moonlight. As they followed the hidden path, the eye's gaze narrowed, sending a wave of shadow magic. Pip staggered, trapped in a vision of a world gone awry by his magic. Villages floating, cows reciting poetry, everything joyfully chaotic.
No, this isn't right. I never meant...
Pip, listen to us. You're not alone. Remember who you are. Your story matters. Come back to us, Pip. You're our oddest friend, and we like you that way.
Their voices cut through the illusion, shattering it and restoring Pip's senses. The hidden path led onward, moonlight glimmering on the thorns. As they neared the tower's shadow, the eye opened wide, unleashing a tempest of shadow creatures that poured into the wood. The companions braced for battle as the world darkened.
The eye strikes. Defend your stories.
We're with you, Pip. Let's show these shadows what a real tale looks like.
Then let's turn the page. Together.
Shadows swarmed, blotting out the moonlight as the companions prepared to face the onslaught beneath the eye.
Chapter 31. Shadows and the Story Forge.
Shadows howled and surged from the trees, claws and fangs flashing as the companions braced for battle beneath the eye's burning gaze.
Don't let them surround us! Circle up! Pip, do something sensible or spectacular.
I'm not sure which I'm better at.
Trust the story, Pip. It bends, but never breaks.
Magic and shadow clashed as the companions unleashed spells, clever tricks, and the force of their own tales. As Pip's marked page glowed brighter, he instinctively waved it and shouted a nonsense incantation. A wave of improbable magic burst forth, transforming several shadow creatures into harmless, eccentric animals. A tap-dancing badger, a flock of purple chickens, and a floating sheep with a monocle.
Pip, that's the best spell you've ever cast. I'll take poultry over peril any day.
I really didn't mean for that to happen.
Intentional or not, keep it up.
The chaos gave the companions a chance to regroup, though the eye's gaze grew sharper and more furious. The silent guardian appeared, staff raised, and traced a glowing rune in the air. A hidden door materialized in the roots of a massive tree, its surface swirling with shifting words.
The story forge lies beyond. There, tales are shaped anew. Hurry. The eye cannot follow unless you invite it. My thanks, Guardian. May our stories hold true.
Everyone, through the door.
One by one, the companions darted through the shimmering doorway as the eye's voice thundered across the woods. The companions emerged into a vast chamber of molten metal, floating quills, and ever-shifting books. The story forge pulsed with creative energy, its anvil glowing at the center.
I've never seen so many stories being born at once. Is that a book writing itself? The heart of all tales. We're standing in legend.
The walls shimmered with unfinished stories, some hopeful, some dark, all waiting for a hand to guide them. As the companions caught their breath, the eye's pupil appeared in the forge's fires, swirling with runes. A deep, echoing voice reverberated through the chamber, calling Pip by name.
Pip Thistledown. Will you face the truth of your tale, or let another write your end?
I suppose I don't have much choice, do I?
You are the teller as well as the tale, Pip. Choose wisely.
The fires of the story forge flared as Pip stepped forward, his marked page trembling with possibility and peril.
Chapter 32. Forging the Unwritten.
The forge's fires roared as the eye's pupil spun within the flames, challenging Pip to shape his own fate or surrender to another's design.
Shape your story, Warlock. Forge your fate. Or watch as I rewrite you.
I'll try. I have to try.
Pip, you've always written your own endings. Don't stop now. If you mess it up, we'll just improvise.
Pip approached the glowing anvil, his marked page trembling in his hands. As Pip raised the page, the eye's magic twisted around him. Shadows spun visions of failure, villages in chaos, friends lost, his patron abandoning him, each vision threatening to overwhelm his will.
Fear is only one story among many. Remember the hope you've written.
We believe in you, Pip. Your story's not over.
What if I make everything worse?
Then we'll just make it weirder and better.
Their words pierced the illusions, letting Pip see the truth. His story was still his own to forge. Pip slammed the page onto the anvil and, guided by a flash of improbable inspiration, inscribed a story of hope, chaos, and friendship. The forge blazed with unpredictable colors.
This is my story, and I'm not giving it up.
So it is written, so it is forged. The unwritten cannot be controlled.
The eye recoiled as the new page glowed with wild possibility, scattering its shadowy influence from the forge. As the eye faded, a small, jagged fragment of its power remained, pulsing in the forge's embers. The room fell silent save for the crackling of magic.
Don't touch it, Pip. Not until we know what it is.
Even a broken eye can see much. Guard that fragment well.
What else is hidden here, I wonder?
As Pip stepped back, the anvil cracked open, revealing a small, ornate key glowing with runes and a stair spiraling downward into the forge's heart. Pip picked up the key, feeling its strange warmth, as the spiral stair beckoned below. The fragment of the eye pulsed behind them, and the forge's lights dimmed, hinting at ancient secrets waiting in the depths.
Down we go! What could possibly go wrong in the heart of all stories? Stay close. Every legend has its shadows.
I'm ready. Maybe. Probably. Let's find out.
With the key in hand and the unknown below, the companions descended, the path closing behind them as the fragment's light lingered above.
Chapter 33. The Library of Unfinished Tales.
The companions descended the spiral stair into a cavernous library, shelves towering above, unfinished stories drifting like mist between rows. The glowing key pulsed in Pip's hand, leading them onward.
I've never seen so many stories in one place, and none of them finished. Imagine the footnotes. Careful. This place is more alive than it seems.
Shadows flickered at the edges, and the air shimmered with the threat of forgotten endings. The group wandered among the shelves, discovering volumes with their own names. Pip found a book with pages that changed as he turned them, showing possible futures and endings that faded if he tried to read ahead.
Why does my story keep changing? I'd rather skip to the happy bit, if possible.
The unwritten future is always in flux, Pip.
I found mine. Apparently, I invented cheese that sings.
Don't meddle with the text. Some stories don't like interference.
As Pip reached to edit a word, the shelves shuddered, books snapping shut and the air thickening with the presence of something watching. Shadowy figures drifted from the stacks. Librarians with quill-fingered hands and robes flickering with shifting text. They glided silently, eyes fixed on the companions.
Do not alter the unwritten. Return the tales to their shelves.
I don't suppose they'd accept a late fee. Everyone, step back. Don't let them separate us.
Sorry, I just wanted a peek.
The shelves shifted, sliding between the companions, splitting the group as the librarians closed in. With the group scattered, Pip clutched the glowing key as a spectral riddle appeared in the air. What is always rewritten, never complete, and belongs to all. Only by speaking the answer could the shelves reunite them.
A story. It has to be a story.
Speak it, Pip. Let the truth bring us together.
Story. The answer is story.
The shelves shivered and glided aside, reuniting the companions as the shadow librarians faded back into the mist. As the companions hurried through a new passage revealed by the shifting shelves, a large, pale book with a blank cover floated after them, pages fluttering hungrily. Its presence sent a chill down Pip's spine.
Is that book following us? Beware the unwritten. Its hunger is endless.
Maybe it just wants a bookmark. Or maybe not.
The unwritten book drifted closer as the passage darkened, and the group pressed on, deeper into the unknown.
Chapter 34. The Scriptorium of Forgotten Fates.
The companions entered the scriptorium, a sprawling chamber where thousands of quills danced above parchment, scribbling and erasing stories with frantic speed. Shadows flickered on the walls, and words dissolved as quickly as they appeared.
I've never seen quills move so fast, or so menacingly. It's like a scribbler's dream and nightmare.
Are we supposed to write something or just not get erased?
Stay close. This place is more dangerous than it looks.
The unwritten book floated at the threshold, its pages rustling hungrily as the companions pressed deeper into the chamber. A slender figure emerged from a swirl of parchment, ink-stained hands folded over a quill staff. Their eyes, dark as midnight ink, fixed on Pip.
Beware the unwritten. It devours forgotten tales and will erase you if it can. Only memory can fend it off.
What sustains this place, Scribe? D.
Loss and longing. Every erased story leaves a void, and the unwritten seeks to fill itself with those who wander too far. So, don't get lost and don't get forgotten. Simple.
The scribe's robes rustled, stitched from countless manuscript pages, as the unwritten book drifted closer, its hunger palpable. The scribe pointed to a swirling vortex of erased words. Within it, a memory fragment glimmered. To escape, one must reclaim a piece of what was lost. Pip, key in hand, volunteered to reach for it.
If it's memory the book wants, maybe I can give it something else instead.
Don't let go of yourself, Pip. We need you whole. We'll anchor you. Just remember, your story isn't finished.
Here goes nothing.
As Pip reached into the vortex, flashes of his own forgotten moments raced by. With a surge of will, he grabbed the memory fragment, but a shadow of the unwritten book brushed his mind, leaving a chill behind. As Pip withdrew the memory, the unwritten book thrashed, absorbing words and erasing lines from the chamber. The scribe traced a hidden door in the air, revealing a glowing exit.
Go now, while the book is distracted. The exit lies in what you remember. It's eating the whole room! Move! Pip, don't lose that fragment.
The companions raced for the exit as sentences vanished from the walls, and the book's hunger grew. The companions spilled through the glowing door, clutching the memory fragment as the scriptorium collapsed behind them. The unwritten book's pages scraped at the threshold, but could not pass. For now.
That was far too close.
The book will not forget us. We must use what we've recovered.
I've got the memory, but what is it?
As the group examined the glowing fragment, it pulsed with images of a door, a feather, and a shadow, pointing the way to a deeper secret within the forge.
Chapter 35. The Door of Feathers and Shadows.
The memory fragment pulsed, leading the companions through a maze where every surface shimmered like liquid ink, reflecting distorted versions of themselves, some fearful, some triumphant.
These mirrors don't like me much. Look, I've got 3 noses. At least your reflection's honest. Mine's trying to steal my rings. Ignore the illusions. The true path is rarely obvious.
The memory fragment glowed brighter whenever they chose the path that felt most honest and most unexpected. At last, the companions reached a door wreathed in shadow and crowned with a single luminous white feather. The air was thick with the scent of old parchment and the rustle of unseen wings.
That's got to be it, the door from the memory.
Sometimes the smallest detail unlocks the greatest secret.
Everyone, be ready. We don't know what's waiting on the other side.
A spectral raven perched above the door, watching them with inky black eyes and a crown of light. The spectral raven spread its wings, scattering motes of shadow and light. Its voice echoed in Pip's mind, demanding a test of truth and invention.
Speak what is true, and dream what is new. Only then may the door open for you.
My name is Pip Thistledown, and I definitely meant well.
And? Make something up, Pip.
And today I invent a spell for socks that never get lost.
The feather glowed, the door shimmered, and the raven bowed, granting passage as truth and invention danced together. The door swung open, revealing a spiral staircase plunging into shadowy depths. The memory fragment pulsed with new images, ink, a quill, and a chained book.
After you, Pip. You've got the best track record with doors so far. Stay alert. The deeper we go, the stranger the tales.
The unknown is simply a story waiting to be told. Boo.
As the companions began their descent, faint whispers and the distant flutter of pages echoed below. As they vanished into the depths, the walls behind them rippled, and the echo of the unwritten book's pages seeped through the stone, hungry and relentless.
The book is still coming. We can't let it catch us now.
If it wants a story, maybe we should write it a really boring one.
I'll start with the history of cheese rinds.
The companions hurried downward, pursued by the restless shadow of the unwritten book, as the spiral vanished into darkness and possibility.
Chapter 36. The Chains That Bind the Tale.
The companions entered a cavernous chamber lined with chained books, shadows flickering along the walls. At its center, a massive tome lay bound in iron, its cover scarred and glowing faintly.
That's the biggest book I've ever seen, and I once catalogued an ogre's diary. Why chain a story? What could be so dangerous? Some tales are too powerful or too painful to let loose.
The unwritten book hovered at the threshold, its blank pages fluttering with anticipation. A towering, gaunt figure emerged from the gloom, draped in rusted chains and gripping a ring of ancient keys. Its face was hidden behind a tarnished mask.
Only memory and courage can free a tale. Choose wisely, or be lost to the silence between stories. We seek what was erased, not to destroy, but to restore. Then prove your intent. Free a single story and face the consequences.
Just one? That seems fair-ish.
The jailer's keys glowed as the memory fragment in Pip's hand pulsed, sensing a hidden link. Pip approached the chained tome, memory fragment in one hand, improbable magic sparking at his fingertips. Shadows curled as the unwritten book's presence pressed against the chamber.
Go on, Pip. Show that book what a real story looks like.
Here goes nothing. Or everything.
Trust the thread that binds.
Pip pressed the fragment to the chains. Light and ink swirled, and a single story page burst free, glowing with color and possibility. As the freed page soared, the unwritten book surged forward, blank pages unfurling like tentacles, seeking to devour the liberated tale. One page coiled around Pip's ankle, chilling him to the bone.
Pip, don't let it pull you in. Grab the page. Don't let it go.
Someone hit it with a story about taxes. Maybe it'll fall asleep.
Claim the tale, Pip. Let it live.
The chamber shook as the freed story blazed, opening a swirling path deeper even as the book's grip tightened. With a desperate tug, Pip snatched the freed story from the air. The blank page recoiled, but not before leaving an inky mark on his skin. The swirling path of living color beckoned the companions onward, while the chained tome's cover groaned shut behind them.
That was almost poetic.
Did anyone else see that, or am I just really imaginative?
You're not alone, Pip. Not now, not ever.
The story is free, but so is the danger. Forward, before the book regroups.
The companions plunged into the new path, colors swirling around them as the book's shadow writhed behind, hungry for what it had lost.
Chapter 37. The Painted Passage and the Living Tale.
The companions tumbled through a spinning passage of living color, tumbling past painted scenes of battles, feasts, and quiet goodbyes. The freed story pulsed in Pip's hands, growing heavier with every heartbeat.
I think I've been upside down for 5 chapters.
At least your hair's still attached.
This is what it's like inside a story. I always thought there'd be more footnotes.
The colors spun faster, coalescing into a glowing doorway that beckoned the group onward. They burst into a world of shifting landscapes. Fields became castles, forests turned to stages. Before them stood a child-sized figure, skin made of illustrations, hair shifting hues, eyes mismatched and sparkling.
Welcome. I'm the story you set free. But I don't know my ending. Will you help me find it?
All stories seek their conclusion. We will guide you.
It's alive. And it's reading us back.
Of course we'll help. No story should be left unfinished.
The living tale grinned, their clothes shifting into a hero's cape and a jester's hat as the world around them flickered through genres. The companions and the living tale crossed a bridge made of floating story panels. Each step revealed a new scene. A dragon's lair, a bustling market, a storm at sea. The inky mark on Pip's ankle tingled and spread.
Pip, your ankle. There's more ink now.
It's fine, just don't let me get written out.
A story's not finished until its last word is spoken. Choose the next scene wisely. Let's pick the path that's least predictable. That's always worked for us.
The bridge began to vanish behind them, forcing the group to solve a riddle inscribed on the last panel. The riddle shimmered. What ends all stories and begins them anew? As Pip struggled to answer, The living tale stepped forward, glowing brighter.
Is it a word? Or maybe a reader? It's the turning of a page. I'll be that page if you need me to.
No. You deserve your own ending, not just to be a page turned.
Sometimes the best ending is opening a door for someone else.
The living tale leaped into the riddle's light, becoming a glowing page that unlocked a swirling portal ahead. As the group rushed for the portal, the inky mark on Pip's ankle flared, and blank pages lashed out, pulling him halfway into a world of white emptiness. The companions reached for him as the unwritten book's shadow loomed.
Hold on, Pip. Don't let go. We'll pull you back. Pip, fight it.
I'm not ready to be erased.
Choose, companions. Risk all to save one, or move forward and lose him to the blank.
The portal flickered, the book's shadow deepened, and the next page of the tale hung in the balance.
Chapter 38. The Blank Between Worlds.
The companions plunged after Pip, tumbling into a world of endless white. The only sound was the distant flutter of pages and the echo of their own names, fading with every step.
Pip, where are you? I can't see anything, just nothing.
I feel like I'm forgetting my own name.
I'm here. Don't let go. Hold on to the story. Any story.
Focus on a memory. Anchor yourself.
The blank world pulsed, hungry for forgotten tales. The inky mark on Pip's ankle burned cold. A faded, translucent figure appeared, their features blurred and their eyes empty as inkwells. They beckoned the group wordlessly, moving with uncertain steps.
Follow. There is a way out, if you remember who you are.
Trust the forgotten. They know these paths better than any.
I hope we don't end up like that.
We won't. We'll write our own way out.
The erased led them through the featureless void, where faint shadows hinted at lost stories and half-remembered dreams. The void thickened as the fragment of the book materialized, its torn edge flickering with shadowy energy. Pip's ankle throbbed, and the companions felt their memory slipping away.
Give in. Be forgotten. Let the blank take you.
No! Pip, remember the first time you borrowed a book? Tell us.
I spilled tea on chapter 2 and tried to dry it with toast.
There you are. Hold on to that. Don't let the blank have you.
Memories flickered back, forcing the fragment to recoil, its pages fluttering in agitation. The erased handed Pip a tattered quill. With trembling hands, Pip began to write, his words forming a bridge of ink and story across the void.
Once upon a time, a group of friends refused to be forgotten.
And their story was too stubborn to end.
Let memory be your ink, Pip.
Go before the blank remembers you.
The bridge shimmered to life, spanning the nothingness toward a distant patch of color. As the companions fled across the ink bridge, the fragments split from the book, chasing them with a chorus of whispering pages. The blank world began to collapse, erasing itself from existence.
Don't look back. Just run.
Pip, faster! The bridge is vanishing.
We're not blank yet.
You cannot escape the unwritten.
With one last leap, the companions hurled themselves toward the patch of color as the void snapped shut behind them, the fragments whisper trailing after.
Chapter 39. The Palette of Returning Color.
The companions burst from the void, tumbling into a riot of color, rolling meadows, sky streaked with impossible hues, and trees shaped like half-finished dreams.
I've never been so happy to see purple grass in my life. I don't care if the sky's orange. I'm just glad it's not blank.
Everything looks brighter. Or maybe I'm just seeing spots.
Pip, you're still fading at the edges. We need to find a way to restore you.
Behind them, the fragment of the book flickered into view, its torn pages whispering hungrily. A squat figure with rainbow hair and a paint-splattered smock emerged from behind a polka-dotted boulder, twirling a massive brush.
Welcome, visitors. Need a splash of color, a dab of courage, or perhaps a whole new memory? Are you the artist of all this? It's brilliant. Can you help our friend? He's being erased by a very rude book. To restore what's fading, you must paint it back yourself, from heart and memory.
Master Palette handed Pip a brush that shimmered with every color imaginable. Pip stood before a swirling canvas stretched between two dream trees. Guided by his friends, he painted scenes from their journey. Laughter, peril, hope, and the moment he first met each of them. His form grew sharper with every stroke.
Is that really what my nose looks like?
It's perfect, Pip. Don't forget the spectacles. And don't skimp on the feet.
Memory shapes reality. Paint boldly, Pip.
As Pip finished the last stroke, his colors flared back to life, but the fragment's shadow crept closer, warping the painted scene. The fragment of the book lashed out, tearing the painted world at its seams. Colors ran and bled as the companions clung to each other, reality twisting beneath their feet.
Hold on to your stories. The book cannot erase what you truly remember. Pip, tell us a story. Anything. Anchor us before we're unmade.
Once upon a time, we were lost, but found a way by being stubborn, silly, and together.
The world lurched, and the companions tumbled into a new scene, one painted in stark black and white, with no rules and no clear escape. The companions landed in a world stripped of color, shadows stretching impossibly long. The fragment hovered above, its pages forming a cage around them.
I liked it better when things were purple.
We're not out yet. Stay close. Stories can still be written, even in black and white.
Then let's write ourselves out. We've done it before.
No one escapes the unfinished.
The monochrome world began to shift, and the first hint of erasure swept toward the group.
Chapter 40. Ink, Shadow, and the Rewrite.
The companions stood encaged by the fragment's pages, the monochrome world stretching endlessly, and shadows creeping closer with each heartbeat. Erasure nipped at the edges, ready to sweep them into oblivion.
If we don't think fast, we're going to be nothing but footnotes. Stories can't be erased if they're still being written. We need to act. If this is a story, let's make it a silly one.
That's it. If the fragment hates chaos, let's give it a comedy it can't control.
The companions sprang into action, improvising pratfalls, puns, and slapstick chaos that made even the shadows hesitate. As laughter echoed, cracks spiderwebbed through the fragment's cage. The shadows recoiled, and ink began to drip from the bars.
Laughter is a magic the unwritten cannot bind.
Watch out! Banana peel!
I never thought I'd see the day slapstick would save us.
It's working! Pip, keep going!
The more unpredictable the story, the weaker the fragment's hold became. A small, ink-drawn fox with swirling tail leapt through a crack in the cage, yipping and darting between the companion's legs. Its movements left playful doodles in its wake.
Quick, follow my tail. There's always a loophole if you draw it yourself.
A doodle fox. Now I know I'm dreaming.
Don't question it.
chase it.
Even the smallest sketch can change a tale.
The companions scrambled after the fox, squeezing through a gap it scribbled into the world. The companions emerged in a corridor of floating story panels, each an unfinished tale, some bright, some shadowed, all incomplete. The world shifted with every step, and voices from the panels whispered for endings.
We're inside the in-between, where all stories wait to be finished. Some of those stories look like us. We write our own ending. Don't get distracted.
Pick the panel that feels most like home. The fragment's shadow loomed, and with a snap, the panels split, scattering the companions across different stories. Pip landed alone in a blank panel, the fragment swirling above him, pages poised to strike. Only his imagination and a single doodled fox paw print remained to defend him.
Alone at last. Let us see what remains when the words are stripped away.
I'm never alone, not as long as I have a story to tell.
Draw your way out, Pip. As the fragment descended, Pip braced his brush, ready for a showdown where only wit and imagination could win.
Chapter 41. A brush with imagination.
In the blank panel, Pip faced the fragment as its pages whipped and shadows stretched. Armed with brush and paw print, Pip drew a wall of bouncing rubber ducks.
Your tricks are meaningless. All stories end in silence.
Maybe, but some end with a giggle.
Draw faster, Pip. Imagination is your ink.
The panel filled with flying pies, banana peels, and a chorus line of singing teacups as Pip and the fragment battled for control. Elsewhere, Madame Bristlequill, Mary, Tilda, and Eldroth each found themselves inside unfinished stories. A never-ending tea party, a rainstorm that only fell upward, a marketplace where everything was invisible, and a library where the books could argue back.
I refuse to debate with a cookbook. Where's Pip? At least upside-down rain makes for interesting puddles. I can't even find my own shoes in this market.
Stories seek their endings. We must find our friend and close the page.
Each companion searched for a way to break free, calling Pip's name into the shifting panels. Pip, emboldened by memories of his friends, painted a door, a ladder, and a flock of flying books. The fragment tried to erase each one, but Pip redrew them faster, the panels sparking with potential.
You can't erase what's still being created.
You are only one halfling. You cannot outlast oblivion.
Draw the impossible, Pip. The story's yours.
The blank panel shimmered, hints of color leaking in from the borders. With a howl of paper, the fragment tore open the borders between panels, and the unfinished tales began to bleed into each other. Chaos of rain, markets, arguments, and flying ducks.
The stories are unraveling. Pip, hurry! Draw us a way out.
If this is the end, let's make it a funny one.
The heart of every story is connection. Find us, Pip.
The world spun as Pip focused, brush poised for one last stroke. With a flourish, Pip drew a door right through the fragment's heart. Light exploded from the line and every panel was pulled toward it, companions, doodle fox, and all.
Next chapter, everyone. Ready or not?
Stories never end.
Here we go! Hold on to your story.
The door swung wide, swallowing the chaos, and the companions vanished into the unknown, drawn by hope and the spark of imagination.
Chapter 42. The Realm Between the Lines.
The companions spilled through the radiant door, landing in a world woven of shifting sentences and floating punctuation. Pathways curved impossibly, and the sky shimmered with unfinished phrases.
I think we've landed in the middle of a very messy first draft.
If we just think hard enough, do we get a happy ending? Stay together. This place is unstable as a misplaced comma.
If we get stuck here, do we have to rhyme?
The doodle fox darted ahead, tail flicking as lines of text unraveled and recoiled in its wake. As they traveled, the companions encountered glowing riddles written in the air, each one warping the path beneath their feet. Eldroth seemed unsettled, flickering more than usual.
The ink here is older than memory. We are treading on the bones of stories never told. Boo-hoo.
What walks on 4 words in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, and ends with a question mark at night? My autobiography, probably. Solve the riddle, and perhaps we find a way out.
As Pip pondered, a hidden phrase shimmered. The patron writes, but the book remembers. The ground became slick with shifting ink, and the companions found themselves wading through pools of half-formed words and orphaned letters. Shapes began to move in the depths below.
Keep moving. Never trust a dangling participle.
Are those sentences looking at us?
I just stepped on a gerund. Sorry.
This place is alive with forgotten intent. We must not linger.
The ink parted, revealing a path toward a distant archway glowing with possibility. As the group neared the archway, shadowy figures emerged, tall, blurred, cloaked in swirling ink, their hands tipped with quills. Their faces flickered, eyes glowing faintly.
You do not belong. Stay and be lost, as we are.
Sorry, but we have a plot to get back to. We choose our story. Let us pass.
Stories are not chosen. They are written and forgotten.
The Echo authors advanced, their quill fingers poised, as the archway flickered between here and nowhere. The doodle fox darted forward, scribbling a barrier of playful ink between the companions and the Echo authors. The archway wavered, opening just wide enough for a desperate dash.
Run, before the plot thickens.
Hold hands, don't let the story separate us again.
Through the gate, now!
There is no escape from the unwritten.
The companions plunged through the archway as the Echo authors lunged, the world behind them dissolving into a storm of ink and forgotten words.
Chapter 43. The Unbound Plot.
The companions burst from the archway into a landscape stitched from every story at once. Castles floating above alien jungles, dragons dueling airships, and heroes clashing with slapstick comedians.
I always wanted to be in a detective novel, but this is a bit much. Which way is our story? Everything's happening at once. Don't get distracted. Follow the thread that feels like us.
There's a vampire waltzing with a were-chicken over there.
The doodle fox darted between genres, tugging at Pip's sleeve to keep the group together. As the companions pressed on, Pip lagged behind, his path blocked by a tall, cloaked figure whose face was lost in shadow. The air shimmered with the promise of an easy ending. You need not struggle, little Warlock. I can write you home, safe, sound, and never lost again.
That's kind, but I think I'd rather finish my own story, if it's all the same.
Every tale ends. Wouldn't you prefer it be a happy one, guaranteed?
Not if I miss the best bits by skipping ahead.
The narrator's quill flicked, and the world around Pip wavered, but the doodle fox nipped at Pip's heels, pulling him free. The companions navigated a maze of stories, dodging a noir rainstorm, leaping over a romance picnic, and sidestepping a wizard's duel gone wrong. The thread of their own tale shimmered faintly beneath their feet.
Eyes on the thread. If you lose it, you'll end up in someone else's plot twist.
All stories seek their path. Trust your heart, and the thread will lead you home.
This is better than the time I got stuck in a cookbook.
I see it. This way. Hurry!
The thread flickered as a sudden genre shift washed over them. Storm clouds brewing with melodramatic music and the scent of brine. The companions found themselves on the deck of a pirate ship mid-battle, cannons firing, cutlasses flashing, and a flamboyant captain shouting orders.
Avast! All who trespass in my narrative must pay the toll, in gold or in song.
Yo-ho-ho! Prepare to walk the plot line.
I left my sea shanty at home. Anyone know the chorus? When in doubt, juggle cannonballs.
I'm allergic to plank walking.
As the pirates advanced, the companions were back to the edge of the deck, the sea below roiling with words and exclamation points. With a shout, the Doodle Fox scrawled a rope ladder into the air. The companions scrambled up as pirates swiped below, the world threatening to shift again at any moment.
No one escapes Captain Quill's chapter. After them!
Yo-ho-hey! That's not in the script. Climb, everyone. Don't look down at the footnotes.
If we land in a cookbook, I'm picking the dessert section.
The world spun as another genre loomed, mystery, horror, or something stranger, leaving the companions dangling between chapters.
Chapter 44. The Mystery Between the Pages.
The companions landed with a thud in the foyer of a sprawling Gothic manor. Thunder rattled the stained glass, and a grandfather clock chimed 13.
Oh, I love a good mystery, so long as I'm not the victim. Watch for red herrings and hidden trapdoors, and don't touch the candlesticks. Stay together. In these tales, it's the last page that's always the deadliest.
The curtains are staring at me.
A regal woman in black and a stout detective emerged from the shadows, sizing up the group. Inspector Blott led the companions from room to room, dusty parlors, secret staircases, and a kitchen where the soup stirred itself. Each clue made less sense than the last.
If you spot a missing plot thread, report it at once. No detail is too small.
I find these disruptions most tiresome. Are you certain you're not the culprits?
Sometimes the answer is found between the words, not in them.
I found a clue!
Or possibly a cheese sandwich.
The Doodle Fox darted behind a portrait, revealing a hidden switch. A panel slid open with a groan, beckoning them into darkness. The group crept through the secret passage, walls lined with cryptic notes and unfinished drafts. Pip felt a chill as the air thickened with narrative tension.
Did anyone else see that shadow move? The culprit is changing the story as we go. Stay alert.
What if the story wants us to fail?
Stories yearn for resolution. Ours is not yet written. Boom.
A faint voice echoed through the passage, sounding suspiciously like the mysterious narrator, urging them to turn back. The passage opened into the manor's grand library, towering shelves, ladders, and lightning flashing at the windows. The companions, Lady Penumbra, and Inspector Blott assembled as the final puzzle pieces clicked into place.
Well, Inspector, have you deduced the culprit?
The culprit is among us, or perhaps above us.
It's the narrator. They're pulling the strings, not any of us.
The narrator? That's cheating. Then let's write our own ending.
The lights flickered, shadows surged, and the narrator's presence loomed over the room as thunder crashed. The Doodle Fox leapt onto the desk, scattering pages and quills. The narrator's shadow stretched, twisting into shape as lightning illuminated the library. You cannot escape the story. I am the voice between the lines.
We write our own fate. even if we have to scribble in the margins.
If you want our ending, you'll have to earn it.
Companions, pens at the ready.
The chapter closes as the companions face the mysterious narrator, quills drawn, thunder roaring, and the fate of their story hanging in the balance.
Chapter 45. Quills Against Fate.
Lightning flashed as the companions faced the mysterious narrator, quills drawn, shadows twisted, and the air crackled with potential.
Ready. Remember, every mark we make shapes the story. Let's scribble ourselves a happy ending. Or at least a confusing detour.
You cannot outright fate. I am the hand that guides the ink. Quills flashed, spilling magic and mayhem as the duel began. Every word written took form. Rain of riddles, a stampede of storybook beasts, and illustrations leaping off the shelves. The narrator countered with plot twists, trapdoors, red herrings, and sudden darkened prose.
Duck, that riddle's got teeth.
Imagination is the true ink. Let it flow. B.
I'd like a plot twist with extra sprinkles, please.
Your scribbles are nothing but footnotes!
Keep writing. Don't let the narrator close the book on us.
The library whirled with magic, laughter, and peril as the story bent and buckled. As the duel raged, the doodle fox leapt onto the narrator's shadow, scribbling a comical mustache and glasses, momentarily breaking the spell.
That's the spirit. Distract them.
Insolent sketch, I'll erase you all.
Now, write an ending of our own.
Together.
Pages flew as everyone wrote, their words weaving a shield that glowed with hope and hilarity. The narrator, with a howl, shattered the library into a blizzard of loose pages. Each friend was swept up, spinning through their own fragment of story.
Hold on! Don't let go of your quill! Pip! Don't get lost!
The story is not yet over.
I'm in a cookbook again! Help!
The pages swirled, each bearing a piece of the companion's story, until everything faded to white. Pip awoke alone in a blank world, the silence broken only by the faint echo of the narrator's laughter. Before him, one glowing word hovered in the air. Continue.
All right then. I suppose I will. Duh.
Let's see what you write next, little Warlock. Pip took a trembling step forward, quill in hand, as the next chapter of his adventure waited to be written.
Chapter 46. The Blank Page Gambit.
Pip stood alone on the blank page, every footstep leaving words in his wake. With trembling hand, he wrote a tree, and it sprouted, leaves flickering with unwritten stories.
Once there was a friendly fox and a path home.
Careful, little author. The page bends to your pen, but not always to your will. Pip's path twisted, whimsy turning sideways. The fox's tail unraveled, the path looped into a maze. Shadows crept at the edges of the page. Elsewhere, each companion awoke in a peculiar world of their own. Madame Bristlequill in a library where books argued, Mary in a carnival of impossible riddles, Tilda in a marketplace of lost objects, Eldroth adrift among shifting stars.
I will not debate a thesaurus about synonyms.
Who needs logic when you have juggling octopi? If I find the right trinket, maybe I'll buy my way out.
All stories are stars. Some collide, some fade, some shine anew.
Each companion searched for a thread, a way back to Pip, as their realities bent and twisted with narrative energy. Determined, Pip planted himself at the center of the page and wrote with all his heart, "Let my friends find me. A column of golden script burst upward, rippling across the blankness.
Come on, everyone, follow the light.
You think a single sentence can rewrite fate? Let's see how it fares against mine. The page trembled. Far away, the companions glimpsed Pip's beacon through cracks in their realities, hope flickering in their eyes. The blank world quaked as a serpentine coil of glowing script, letters forming jaws and eyes, rose from the page. It hissed, words twisting into threats and questions.
All beginnings must end. All words return to silence. Not if I keep writing. Stories never really end.
Pip, don't let it erase you. Write your way out, Pip.
Pip's quill shook as the living sentence lunged, jaws wide. Just as the cracks between realities widened, his friends' voices echoing through. As Pip's friends reached through the widening cracks, the living sentence coiled for a final strike. Pip's hand hovered over the page, poised to write one desperate word.
Just one word. Come on, Pip. Make it count.
The end is inevitable.
Pip, write us together.
The story is strongest when shared.
Pip pressed his quill to the page as the living sentence struck, the world exploding in light and words, leaving fate hanging in the balance.
Chapter 47. Words that bind.
Pip's quill blazed as the word together spiraled across the void, pulling his friends through the cracks in reality. In a flash, the companions landed in a world of floating fragments, half-told stories swirling beneath their feet.
Pip, you found us. Or we found you? I don't care which, just don't let go. The hardest puzzles are solved together.
The Word made flesh, unity as magic.
The doodle fox bounded in circles, tail scribbling loops of light. The living sentence, wounded but fierce, twisted the world into a shifting labyrinth of tangled paragraphs, looping clauses, and nonsensical riddles.
Find the way if you can. Syntax is your snare, meaning your maze.
Keep your metaphors straight and your similes simpering. Watch for plot holes. They're deeper than they look. Every puzzle has a pattern. Work together and read between the lines.
The companions faced puzzles of grammar and logic, doors locked with puns, and bridges built of rhyme. As the labyrinth tightened, the companions realized that only by combining their voices could they progress. Each friend added a word, their sentences weaving a path through chaos.
Speak your truth, and the story will follow.
I'll start. Once upon a time, a gnome juggled logic and... A merchant found the right word at the right time. And a librarian wrote the answer in the margin.
And the halfling never gave up, even when the plot thickened.
The living sentence recoiled as their words locked together, forming a shining bridge out of the maze. As they neared the labyrinth's exit, the mysterious narrator appeared, swirling with narrative power, and offered Pip a quill of pure possibility. Take the pen, Pip. Reclaim your story, rewrite the world as you wish, or let me shape your ending.
If I take it, does everything change?
Only what you dare to imagine.
Pip, we trust your hand, but trust your heart more.
Pip's hand hovered over the pen, the world flickering between chaos and possibility. Time froze as Pip's fingers closed around the quill. The living sentence slithered, the narrator's eyes gleamed, and every possible ending shimmered in the air.
Here goes nothing.
Write wisely, Warlock.
We're with you, Pip, no matter the words.
Pip pressed the quill to the page, the story trembling, balanced between creation and chaos, as the next sentence waited to be written.
Chapter 48. The sentence unspools.
Pip's hand trembled as he pressed the magical quill to the page. Reality rippled, and the companions stood on the threshold of a new story. A world half-formed, words swirling and rearranging at every breath.
Once upon a... Oh, bother, what comes next?
Write what you know, Pip. Let your heart guide the ink. And maybe avoid the word catastrophe this time?
As Pip wrote, the narrator's shadow lengthened, subtly twisting each phrase, turning peaceful glade into puzzling glade, and safe haven into sardonic haven. The companions were swept through a flurry of short-lived vignettes. A tea party where teacups argued, a ballroom that spun on puns, and a bridge made of dangling participles. Each scene twisted their intent, forcing them to adapt.
I always wanted to be outwitted by my own teacup.
Embrace the nonsense. Meaning will follow.
Yep.
This is all wordplay. Find the logic in the lunacy.
The living sentence slithered at the edges, trying to trip the companions with convoluted clauses and misplaced modifiers. Pip faltered as the narrator's influence warped his words. But the companions joined him, each adding their voice, trusting one another to finish each sentence, to let the story belong to them all.
Pip, it doesn't have to be perfect, just true. Let's make this sentence together. United, our words are stronger than any plot twist.
Stories shared are stories set free.
All right, everyone, let's write our way home.
Their joined phrase glowed, unraveling the living sentence's coils and opening a shimmering path. A golden door appeared at the end of the path, light spilling out. The living sentence shrank, its words unspooling into gentle breezes.
I see it! Our way out! First one through gets to pick the next chapter's snacks.
Yep.
We did it. Or did we?
As they neared the door, the narrator's shadow stretched, blocking the threshold, quill poised to strike. The narrator towered before them, shadow swirling, quill raised. One last sentence, the voice echoed. Yours or mine? The companions braced themselves as Pip gripped the magical quill, the fate of their story teetering on the next word. Choose, Warlock, who will write the ending?
This story belongs to all of us.
We write together, or not at all.
The golden door flickered, the quills shimmered, and the next sentence hovered, unwritten, between hope and darkness.
Chapter 49. The Quill's Edge.
The golden door shimmered, casting long shadows as Pip and the companions faced the narrator. Every breath crackled with unsaid words. Step aside, little authors. Your tale ends here, by my hand.
Not unless you can outright hope itself.
We're not characters in your story. We're co-authors. And we use too many exclamation points for your taste.
The narrator's quill flashed, inky lines swirling into barriers and traps, daring the companions to cross. The air crackled as sentences turned to spells, each word a blade, each phrase a shield. The companions' creativity met the narrator's cunning in a duel of language and meaning.
If a pun is a trap, let's leap over it with a metaphor.
Paradox is our passage, contradiction, our compass.
Yep.
I'm rewriting the rules. No more foreshadowing, only for-funning.
Chaos breeds oblivion, not triumph. The living sentence's remnants flickered at the edges, echoing the companions' clever twists and turns. The companions joined hands, each adding their own flourish to a sentence that shimmered with possibility. Their unity forced the narrator's shadow to falter, the golden door glowing brighter.
A story isn't just written, it's lived, together. Let's open the door with a word we all believe in.
Home.
That's my favorite ending and beginning.
The word glowed, the traps faded, and the narrator's form flickered, caught between anger and awe. The narrator lunged for Pip's quill, darkness and light colliding as the companions tumbled through the golden doorway. Reality unraveled, and they fell into a boundless white void. No words, no rules, only possibility. If I cannot write your story, none will.
Every end is a beginning.
Where are we?
I think we're between stories.
This is either terrifying or the best blank slate ever.
They drifted, weightless, as the narrator's shadow loomed above, still clutching for the quill. The companions landed softly on a blank page that stretched to infinity. The quill hovered before Pip, and the narrator's voice thundered, "Write if you dare!" The next word would shape everything. Your story if you have the courage to begin anew.
We've come this far. Let's write a world worth living in.
All right, everyone. Let's start with Once Upon a Time.
Yip, yip! The quill touched the page, and a new adventure began to write itself, possibilities unfurling as the chapter closed.
Chapter 50. Once Upon a Blank.
Pip's quill danced across the infinite page, and with each stroke, forests unfurled, rivers sparkled, and villages blossomed. The companions added their own touches: an improbable bakery, a floating market, a library with endless halls.
I've always wanted a market where every stall is a new adventure. And a bakery that serves breakfast for dinner.
Let imagination flow, but anchor it with care.
Yip, yip! The world shimmered with possibility, though the faint outline of the narrator's shadow flickered at the horizon. As the companions explored, the narrator's shadow lengthened, subtly shifting words and scenes. A bakery's bread turned to riddles, the market stalls rearranged themselves, and the library's halls became looping mazes.
I sense edits in the air. Stay alert. Stories change when you're not looking.
What if we lose what we've written?
What's made together can be remade together.
If the bread asks you a riddle, just eat the answer.
The sky darkened, words rearranging overhead as if preparing for a storm. A tall, angular figure in a crisp suit appeared, red pen gleaming behind one ear, parchment tucked under arm. The editor regarded the companions with unreadable eyes.
Beware unchecked invention. Every story needs a spine, or it collapses under its own weight.
Are you here to help us or edit us?
I am only a margin note in your tale. But heed this: what is written in haste may be unwritten in a storm. I'm not sure if that's comforting or terrifying.
The editor vanished as suddenly as he appeared, leaving only a single red mark on the path ahead. The narrator, seeing the companions' joy, unleashed a tempest of revisions, ink storms swirling, scenes dissolving, words torn from the sky. The world trembled on the verge of erasure.
My bakery's turning into a footnote. Quills up. Don't let the storm erase our work. Pip, what do we do?
I don't know. Do we fight the storm or rewrite it?
The bakery collapsed into crumbs, the market floated away, and the library's books scattered in a cyclone of ink. As the world crumbled, Pip stood at the center, quill shaking in his hand. The companions gathered close, ready to write or fight. The narrator's voice boomed. Will you cling to your own words, or trust your friends to write with you? Alone, your story is fragile. Together, it may endure or unravel.
The only story worth telling is one written together.
I trust you all. Let's write this world back together.
Pip thrust the quill into the center of the circle as the storm closed in, and the chapter ended on the cusp of creation and erasure.
Chapter 51. The Circle of Ink.
The ink storm howled around the companions as they linked hands, Pip thrusting the quill into their circle. Words and ideas tumbled together, swirling into a single, shimmering sentence.
All right, on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Let's write a world that welcomes every story. And breakfast for dinner, always. And a library that never loses a book.
And a night sky that remembers every wish.
Yip, yip! Their words wove together, forming a radiant thread that wrapped around the storm, calming its fury. As the storm faded, the world beneath the companions' feet solidified, a patchwork of their dreams. Cozy villages, floating markets, endless libraries, and starlit skies. It was uneven, stitched at the seams, but real.
Look, my bakery's back, and the bread is only slightly sarcastic. The market's here too, though it's floating upside down for some reason.
Imperfection is the truest form of magic.
We really did it together.
For the first time, the narrator's shadow retreated, flickering at the world's edge. At the world's edge, a red mark pulsed, left behind by the editor. Its glow cast strange shadows, warping the landscape nearby.
That mark wasn't here before. It feels unfinished.
What if it's a mistake we made?
Or a clue. Maybe it's a secret edit.
Only one way to find out. Let's take a closer look.
As they approached, the mark's glow grew stronger, the ground beneath them trembling with hidden power. Without warning, the red mark split open, expanding into a swirling rift. Fragments of their world began to slide toward its pull, scenes and memories at risk of vanishing.
The market's slipping! Grab it! My bakery's being redacted!
We have to decipher the mark's meaning, or lose everything we've made.
What if we can't fix it?
Every edit has intent. Seek the editor's purpose.
The rift widened, pulling at the patchwork world with irresistible force. The companions formed a circle once more, quill poised above the rift. Only by understanding the editor's mark could they hope to close it. As the ground buckled, Pip's voice rang out. Ready? Together!
Let's read between the lines. Literally. We can solve this if we trust each other's words.
We wrote this world, we'll save it together.
Let's edit the editor.
As the companions prepared to decipher the mark, the rift surged, threatening to swallow them whole unless they acted as one.
Chapter 52. Margins of Meaning.
The companions gathered at the rift's edge, staring at the pulsating red mark as the ground threatened to slip away. The mark twisted between symbols, comma, period, question mark, each flashing with hidden meaning.
It's not just a mark, it's a puzzle. Grammar and intent bound together. Maybe it's a sentence waiting for an ending. Or a beginning.
If we get it wrong, do we vanish?
Or maybe we get a surprise ending.
The rift pulsed, pulling at the bakery, the market, and the companions' feet. Together, the companions studied the mark. Madame Bristlequill traced the comma, Tilda followed the question mark, Mary poked at the period, and Pip read aloud every symbol he recognized.
The comma is a pause, an invitation to continue. The question mark asks us to wonder. The period says, stop for snacks.
Each mark is a choice. Pause, question, or end.
Maybe the mark isn't a threat, it's a door.
The rift's pull lessened, the mark glowing with possibility as meaning began to emerge. The editor stepped from the shadows, red pen gleaming, eyes unreadable. The rift paused, as if awaiting judgment.
You have deciphered the margin's meaning, but every edit has a cost. Will you erase the rift and risk forgetting what you've learned, or cross it and face the unknown beyond your story's edge? Is there another way? Stories thrive on risk, not certainty. Choose wisely, or the mark will choose for you.
Yep! The rift shimmered, stretching wider, the patchwork world trembling on the brink. The companions huddled together, hearts pounding as the rift's winds howled. Pip's hand hovered above the mark, quill trembling, as each friend whispered their hopes and fears.
I'd rather risk the unknown than forget what we've become. Let's leap. Adventure's better than amnesia. Stories that end too soon never teach us anything.
The margin is possibility. Step boldly and write anew.
All right, let's cross together.
Hand in hand, they stepped toward the margin, the mark blazing with light as the rift consumed the horizon.
Chapter 53. The Margin Between Worlds.
The companions stepped into the blinding light of the rift, landing softly in a world that felt half dream, half draft. Unfinished stories drifted overhead, sentences fizzled out midair, and clouds formed from abandoned ideas.
I've never seen so many almosts and maybes in one place. Look, a rain of ellipses.
This is the margin. Here, even endings are unfinished.
Careful, there's a plot hole to your left.
Doodlefox leapt over a literal hole in the ground that whispered unresolved side quests. The companions navigated shifting logic, stairs led nowhere, doors opened to footnotes, and editorial notes hung in the air, reshaping the path with every step.
Insert motivation here. Really? How rude. Character arc pending. I think that one's for me. This note says, to be continued, but it's blocking the exit.
If we can't finish the story, do we stay stuck forever?
The landscape shimmered, the world threatening to erase itself if they lost focus. When Pip tried to write a way forward, the quill sputtered, summoning a towering figure stitched from scraps of stories, the incomplete. Its mismatched eyes blinked with longing and uncertainty.
I am what you left behind. Will you give me an ending? Oh, I didn't mean to leave anyone unfinished.
Every story deserves a last page. Let's improvise an ending together.
The companions began weaving words and ideas, patching the incomplete with stories of courage, friendship, and hope. Each companion added to the tale. Mary spun a joke, Bristlequill wrote wisdom, Tilda bartered a happy ending, Eldroth invoked the stars, and Pip gave the incomplete a purpose.
Even a half-written star can shine in the right story. Bud.
You're not just a footnote. You're a whole new chapter.
I am finished?
Yip, yip! The incomplete glowed, threads tightening, and with a grateful bow, it stepped aside, revealing a shimmering exit beyond. As the margin world began to collapse, sentences and ideas crumbling into nothingness, the companions dashed for the glowing exit, pursued by unraveling plot holes and flickering shadows.
Don't look back! Run!
If we get stuck, make up a new ending.
Hold on, almost there.
Together, now, leap!
The companions leapt through the exit as the margin collapsed behind them, into a blinding new chapter with everything at stake.
Chapter 54. The chapter yet unwritten.
The companions tumbled from the collapsing margin into a radiant world of floating blank pages, each shimmering with untold potential. New chapters hung in the air, waiting to be written.
This place is enormous and so empty.
Where do we even begin?
I call dibs on the sparkly chapter over there.
Every story begins with a step. Let us choose wisely. 10.
Doodle Fox pawed at a drifting page, sending it spinning into a constellation of possibilities. From behind a stack of blank tomes emerged a lanky figure in ink-black robes and a feathered cap, the librarian of beginnings. They peered at the group with unreadable eyes.
Welcome, seekers. Every chapter here is yours to shape, if you can find your way to its heart. We need to reach the next part of our tale. Can you help us? The map you need is the one you make. It shifts with your intentions and vanishes if you doubt. So, we have to believe in the story to find it?
The librarian handed Pip a blank map that shimmered with invisible ink. As the companions set out, the scenery rippled with the mysterious narrator's influence. Paths twisted into sentences, bridges became metaphors, and every wrong turn led to a word trap.
Watch out! That's a dangling participle. Don't trip!
Keep to the main clause, everyone. I knew we should have taken a semicolon instead of a full stop.
I'm starting to forget what we were looking for.
The further they walked, the more their memories and sense of direction blurred, leaving only fragments of purpose. Pip unrolled the shimmering map, desperate for guidance. Words appeared and vanished in invisible ink, forming a riddle that flickered at the edge of his mind.
It says, "The story you seek is the story you share. To move ahead, remember why you care."
Memory is meaning. Recall what binds us, and the path will reveal itself. 12.
Friendship, adventure, curiosity. Those are our compass points. Let's remind each other who we are.
I'm merry. I bake, I scribble, and I never give up on breakfast.
As each friend spoke, the map's path brightened, but the scenery around them began to swirl and dissolve, threatening to erase everything if they faltered.
Chapter 55. The Map of Remembering.
The world continued to dissolve around the companions, sentences unraveling into mist. Pip clutched the glowing map, desperate to remember what truly mattered.
Our story began in the library, over a misplaced form and a magical contract. And we saved a village by accidentally making it rain muffins. We found friendship where we least expected it.
Every memory is a thread. Let us weave them into a rope.
With every recollection, the map's path brightened, and the world regained color and form. The librarian of beginnings materialized in a swirl of parchment, offering Pip a shimmering bookmark inscribed with moving runes.
This is a memory bookmark. Anchor it in your hearts, and your story will never fully fade.
Thank you. We'll keep our story safe, together.
Can I use it to mark my favorite recipe? It marks what matters most. Use it wisely.
The bookmark glowed, and each companion felt a memory settle firmly in their mind. With the map and bookmark, the companions found a gateway shimmering at the edge of the realm. Beyond it, a new chapter beckoned.
Next stop, adventure! One footnote at a time, everyone.
Our story is strong. Let us pass through together. Who?
I can almost see what's next.
Shadows flickered on the gateway as the mysterious narrator's voice echoed, twisting the air with uncertainty. As the companions stepped toward the gateway, the world warped. They found themselves in a labyrinth of shifting corridors, each lined with false memories and unfinished tales.
Wasn't this where I learned to juggle muffins? Or was it turnips? These memories, they don't feel right.
The narrator's rewriting us. Don't let go of the truth.
Trust what you feel, not what you see.
The labyrinth twisted, reality flickering as memories threatened to scatter. At the labyrinth's heart, Pip raised the memory bookmark, its light pushing back the false stories. Yet the narrator's shadow loomed, whispering doubts, threatening to erase what remained. Stories are fragile, little Warlock. Will yours endure?
As long as I remember my friends, our story lives on.
Yep.
Hold fast, Pip. We're with you.
The light from the memory bookmark surged, but the labyrinth shook violently. Would memory or manipulation win?
Chapter 56. The Labyrinth's Light.
Pip's grip on the memory bookmark tightened, its light spilling through the labyrinth's cracks. Each companion clung to a memory, their voices echoing through the shifting maze.
I remember trading stories by lantern light in the floating market. And the time we baked a cake big enough for a dragon by accident. I remember the first riddle we solved together. Knowledge is our anchor.
I recall the night sky you gifted me, full of wishes and wonder. 2.
Yep. The labyrinth walls flickered, cracks widening as true memories pushed back the false. The mysterious narrator's shadow loomed, eyes multiplying across the cloak, voice echoing from every direction. You cling to memories like driftwood. Let's see if you float when the tide turns.
You can't take what's real.
And a tendril of shadow lashed out, wrapping around Pip and flooding his mind with blankness.
Don't let go, Pip. Remember us. Pip, you're not alone.
Hold on to breakfast.
Pip's vision dimmed, the world on the brink of erasure. The companions joined hands, channeling their memories and feelings into the memory bookmark. Light surged between them, pushing back the shadow's grip on Pip.
You are more than the sum of your memories, little Warlock.
We write our story together. No one is erased. Pip, remember the laughter. And the hope we share, follow it back.
Yep. Light blazed from the bookmark, memories flooding Pip's mind. He saw every face, every adventure, every word. The shadow shattered. The labyrinth collapsed in a torrent of light and sound. The companions tumbled onto new ground, blinking in the sudden calm.
I feel like I just got rewritten in cursive.
Is everyone whole? No one's missing a subplot?
5 companions and 1 fox, all accounted for.
I remember everything. Thank you.
Before them rose a crossroads. 3 paths, each lined with shifting words. At its center stood the mysterious narrator, taller, more formidable, holding a gleaming tome. The mysterious narrator lifted the tome, its pages brimming with power. To claim your next chapter, the voice echoed, you must choose. Which story will you finish, and which will you leave behind? Choose, or I shall write your ending for you.
We'll decide. Together.
No story left unfinished.
Every ending is a beginning. Let us choose with care.
The crossroads shimmered, the tome's power crackling. One choice, and their fate would be set.
Chapter 57. Crossroads of Possibility.
The crossroads shimmered, each path unfurling into a vision, one of glory and fame, one of safety and comfort, and one of mystery and challenge. The mysterious narrator's tome glowed with anticipation. Choose, and your story will be written in ink that cannot be undone.
Each path feels so real. What if we choose wrong? No path is wrong, only unwritten.
What if we don't want to leave any story behind?
The paths pulsed brighter, tempting and daunting all at once. Each companion glimpsed their possible futures. Tilda at the helm of a great merchant fleet, Mary celebrated in a city of laughter, Bristlequill surrounded by endless libraries, Eldroth among the stars, Pip in a peaceful village, Doodlefox chasing infinite tales.
What if we could have it all? I want the laughter, but not without you all.
Every possibility is a thread in the tapestry. We must choose the pattern together.
Our story's best when it's shared.
The visions lingered, bittersweet and beautiful. Pip stared at the memory bookmark, feeling its warmth and weight. He stepped forward, heart pounding.
Maybe we don't have to choose. What if we write a path that holds all our stories?
Merge the paths? That's never been done. Let's invent a new recipe. Together, anything is possible.
Paradox is the ink of creation.
The memory bookmark pulsed, and the crossroads trembled as Pip pressed it to the ground. The mysterious narrator's eyes flashed, and the world splintered, crossroads fracturing, reality bending. The companions were swept apart, each tumbling into a separate realm reflecting an unfinished part of their story. You would defy the order of tales? Then face your own unwritten.
Don't let go. We'll find each other, no matter what.
Remember who we are!
The world shattered into 3 swirling realities, each companion alone, each story unfinished. Pip landed in a familiar yet twisted library, alone, echoes of his friends' voices fading. In the distance, 3 doors beckoned, each marked with a memory he fears to face.
I have to finish what we started and bring us back together.
As Pip reached for the first door, the library's shelves shuddered, and the mysterious narrator's shadow crept along the spines, watching, waiting.
Chapter 58. Doors of Doubt and Memory.
Pip stepped toward the first glowing door. It swung open to reveal a memory of the day he left his village library, believing he'd never be more than a clumsy assistant. Shadows whispered doubts along the shelves.
I was so certain I'd disappoint everyone.
The shelves pressed close, echoing his old fears, until a faint voice, like Mary's laughter, cut through the gloom.
I'm not that halfling anymore.
The shadows faded, the door closing gently behind him. The second door pulsed with cold blue light. Pip entered, finding himself alone in a vast, endless archive where every book was blank. The air hummed with the narrator's presence. What if your story never mattered, little Warlock?
I'm afraid of being forgotten.
Eldroth's voice echoed faintly, soothing and wise.
But I've changed the world, even if it was by accident.
The blank books filled with golden words, and the door opened to let him through. The final door glowed with warm amber. Inside was a memory of Pip's first spell gone awry, yet instead of disaster, it led to laughter and new friendships. Sunlight filtered through the warped library windows.
I never meant for things to go wrong, but sometimes wrong is exactly what we need.
Tilda's voice rang out, steady and bright, reminding him that hope and chaos can be allies.
My story isn't about perfection, it's about trying again.
The memory shimmered, the door dissolving into golden light. With all three memories reclaimed, Pip stood before a hidden passage revealed in the library's heart. The air sparkled with possibility, but the mysterious narrator's shadow lingered, stretching across the threshold. Face your truth, or remain lost in stories that never end.
My story is mine, and I'm not alone. Not really.
Pip stepped into the passage, memories blazing around him, the shadow retreating for now. As Pip pressed onward, the passage twisted, opening into a new chamber lined with mirrors, each reflecting a different version of himself. The narrator's voice echoed, promising that the hardest chapter was still to come. How many Pip Thistledowns can a single story hold?
I guess we're about to find out.
The mirrors rippled, and Pip's reflections began to move on their own, beckoning him forward into the unknown.
Chapter 59. Reflections of the Warlock.
Pip found himself surrounded by a dozen mirrors, each reflecting a different version of himself. The air shimmered with magic, and the mysterious narrator's shadow flickered along the glass. Which Pip shall write the next chapter?
I suppose all of them are me.
The reflections began to move independently, stepping out from the glass. Timid Pip hugged a book close. Reckless Pip swaggered with a crooked grin. And ambitious Pip stood tall, challenging the real Pip to choose who he truly was.
What if we make a mistake again? Then we'll make it loud. Who cares what happens?
We could be so much more if we just took control.
I never thought being me could be so complicated.
The chamber rippled as the Pips argued, magic sparking between their words. Pip listened to his reflections, then reached out, accepting each one. Light flowed from his hands, merging the fractured selves into one whole.
I need every part of me. The careful, the bold, the hopeful. That's how our story keeps going. Maybe, together, we're enough. Let's see what happens.
Onward then.
The mirrors cracked and dissolved, leaving Pip standing alone, yet more whole than before. As Pip stepped forward, the mysterious narrator's quill swept through the air, splitting reality again. Pip glimpsed his friends, each alone in their own mirrored trial, struggling with their hidden selves. Can you save them from their own reflections, Warlock?
I'm coming for you, everyone. Just hold on.
A new threshold shimmered ahead, the echoes of his friends' voices urging Pip onward. Pip pressed his hand to the new threshold, feeling the pulse of every memory and every friend. The door swung open. Beyond it, shifting corridors led to each companion's trial.
I'll find you, and we'll finish this together.
As Pip stepped through, the corridors twisted, magic thick in the air. His friends' voices echoed, distant but real, as the next challenge began.
Chapter 60. Mirrors of Friendship.
Pip hurried through twisting, shimmering corridors, each echoing with a friend's voice and a pang of doubt. Mirrors lined the walls, reflecting not just faces but fears.
Mary, Tilda, Bristlequill, I'm coming!
The corridors forked, leading to 3 doors, each glowing with a familiar hue. Pip entered the first chamber. Mary stood before a mirror, her reflection fractured and flickering, surrounded by half-finished inventions and crumbled recipes.
What if I'm never enough, Pip? What if I always mess it up?
You're more than your mistakes, Mary. You're the laughter and the courage that keeps us going.
Mary's reflection smiled, the mirror mending itself. Light poured from the cracks as the door behind her swung open. The next chamber showed Tilda alone in a sea of mirrors, each reflecting a version of herself trading, bargaining, and traveling alone.
Maybe I was meant to walk alone. It's easier than risking the heart.
You gave us a place to belong, Tilda. You're never truly alone, not with us.
The mirrors faded into one, showing the whole group together. Tilda reached out and the chamber brightened. The third chamber was a library maze, shelves mirrored on every side. Bristlequill faced an endless riddle written across the spines of books, her reflection multiplying with every unanswered question.
What if my answers aren't good enough? What if I never know enough?
You taught us curiosity, Bristlequill, not perfection. It's the questions that keep us moving.
The riddle faded and all the mirrored bristlequills merged into one. The library's shelves realigned and the exit appeared. At the final door, Pip braced himself. As it opened, he beheld a cosmic storm swirling within, Eldroth at the center, surrounded by fragments of forgotten stars and ancient runes.
Eldroth, what are you facing in there?
The storm raged, lightning flashing in runic patterns, as Pip prepared to step inside, uncertain if even friendship could weather what waited within.
Chapter 61. The Heart of Eldroth's Storm.
Pip stepped into the chamber, wind swirling with shards of starlight and runes. The storm raged, its heart pulsing with Eldroth's silhouette.
Eldroth, I'm here! Don't let the storm take you!
Eldroth's form flickered, torn between cosmic past and present, voices of forgotten worlds echoing through the chamber. Pip navigated the chaos, grabbing fragments of runes and starlight, each a memory of Eldroth's long existence, loneliness, hope, fear, and wonder.
I have been unmade and remade, Pip. What am I without memory?
You're more than your past, Eldroth. You're our friend right here and now.
As Pip spoke, the storm's fury lessened, and Eldroth's form grew steadier, runes swirling gently around them. With each memory restored, Eldroth's light brightened, pushing back the void. Pip reached out, and Eldroth took shape, whole and luminous once more.
Thank you, Pip. I remember who I am now.
You're part of our story, every bit as much as the rest of us.
The storm faded, revealing a sanctum where the companions reunited, embraced by magical light. As the companions caught their breath, the mysterious narrator materialized, eyes flickering and tome in hand, casting a long shadow over the sanctum. You have reclaimed your stories, but the ending slips from even my grasp. Another hand writes now, older, deeper, more dangerous.
Older than you? But who? What could that be? Is our story being stolen? I don't like the sound of that.
The source of stories, the origin quill.
Shadows deepened as a swirling portal appeared, its center darker than ink. The shadowy portal yawned wide, pulling at the companions with a force that felt like destiny itself. Beyond, the outline of an ancient quill shimmered, promising either the end or a new beginning.
We're not letting anyone else finish our story. Together, we face whatever's next.
If we have to bake Destiny a cake, I'll do it.
All for one chapter, and one chapter for all.
Let us meet the source.
The companions stepped into the darkness as the portal closed behind them, their fate entwined with the origin quill.
Chapter 62. The Ink Between Beginnings.
The companions tumbled through the portal and landed in a world of shifting mists and formless possibility. The ground rippled with unwritten words, and the sky was a blank expanse.
I can't tell if I'm upside down or inside out. It's like nothing's decided yet.
This is the ink between beginnings, the birthplace of stories.
Every step left footprints that became half-formed tales, twisting behind them. As they pressed forward, strange beings emerged, creatures woven from phrases and punctuation, their forms flickering between sense and nonsense. One, shaped like a question mark, hopped curiously around Pip.
Oh, hello, little whatever you are.
Living grammar. I must update my field notes.
Careful, Pip. That exclamation point looks ready to pounce.
Are they friendly, or just waiting for us to mess up our sentence structure?
The creatures danced and darted, occasionally rearranging themselves into short, nonsensical stories. The ground quivered as the companions' thoughts and fears began to shape the landscape. Shadows of doubt twisted into looming sentences, while hopes blossomed into radiant lines of poetry.
Be wary. Here, what you feel can become real. But
I'm trying very hard not to think about runaway muffins right now. Let's keep our story hopeful then.
Together, we'll write our way through.
With each positive thought, the mists parted, revealing a path toward a looming, ink-black figure. At the end of the path stood the Keeper of the Ink, an enormous, amorphous being with parchment-draped form and silver-drop eyes, staff of quills in hand. Its presence felt as old as the first word ever spoken.
Seekers, you stand at the threshold of the origin quill. Only those who answer the riddle of creation may pass.
A riddle at the heart of all stories.
I hope it's not in cursive.
The Keeper raised its staff, and the mists swirled into a single, shimmering question. The Keeper's voice echoed, "What is the first word of every story, and the last breath of every ending?" The companions stared at the swirling mists, knowing their answer would decide the fate of all stories.
Is it hope? Or maybe once?
Or maybe it's something we all share.
What if it's breakfast?
The mists shimmered, the Keeper's eyes unblinking, as the companions prepared to answer the riddle of creation.
Chapter 63. The Answer in the Mists.
The companions huddled together as the Keeper's riddle echoed. What is the first word of every story, and the last breath of every ending? Mists swirled, thick with anticipation.
Hope and once, but they don't feel quite right. What if it's laughter or breakfast? Stories begin and end in so many ways, but always with a breath.
Breath. It's breath. We speak, we sigh, we end and begin with it.
The Keeper's eyes glimmered silver as the mists parted, revealing a path of ink flowing onward. The world reshaped itself into a river of glowing words, each phrase alive and shifting. The companions stepped onto the flowing script, feeling stories ripple beneath their feet.
this is the flow of all stories, past, present, and unwritten.
Careful, that sentence nearly tripped me.
I've always wanted to walk on a metaphor. Look, the words change with every step.
The river carried them forward, shifting scenes from their own adventures flickering on its surface. As they journeyed, the current grew stronger, pulling up memories, victories, mistakes, hopes, and regrets, rippling all around them. Some threatened to drag them under.
Watch out! This chapter nearly swept me away. Hold on, everyone. Remember who we are.
Our stories are strongest together.
We choose what to remember and what to become.
Linked together, the companions pressed on, rising above the swirling memories. The river opened onto a shore of blank parchment, where the origin quill stood, towering, ancient, glowing with shifting runes and surrounded by a halo of silver ink.
That's it, the origin quill, the start of everything. Duh.
It's beautiful.
Its power can create or erase all that is.
The companions approached, wonder and fear mingling as the air crackled with possibility. As Pip reached for the origin quill, a massive shadow rose from the depths of the river, featureless, hungry, and erasing words wherever it touched. The companions recoiled as stories vanished behind them.
It's eating the stories! Quick, Pip!
We've come too far to let everything end now.
The shadow lunged for the origin quill, and Pip leapt between them, caught between creation and oblivion, as the world hung on the edge of a single word.
Chapter 64. Between Creation and Oblivion.
Pip faced the formless shadow, its touch erasing stories and color from the world. The origin quill pulsed behind him, glowing with ancient promise.
You can't take every story, not while I'm here.
The shadow surged, darkness spilling across the parchment shore. Pip's outline flickered dangerously. Mary, Tilda, Bristlequill, and Eldroth rushed to Pip's side, weaving their own stories, memories of friendship, laughter, and hope, into a radiant shield.
You want our tales? You'll have to eat 1,000 pages of adventure first. We choose what we become, not what's erased. I will not let a single library vanish.
Light from memory, shield us from oblivion.
Their unity blazed, forcing the shadow to recoil as the origin quill vibrated with possibility. The origin quill hovered above Pip's hand, bestowing a power, the chance to rewrite one moment in all of story. The air shimmered with possibilities.
Choose wisely, for one word may birth or end 1,000 tales.
Only one, but there's so much to fix, so much to save.
The right moment can change everything, Pip.
Pip's heart pounded as the quill's magic flowed through him, the world holding its breath. The shadow split, multiplying into countless smaller voids, each racing across the parchment to erase stories everywhere at once. Chaos erupted as lines of narrative began to vanish.
Pip! There's too many!
My favorite chapter's disappearing.
The libraries, the world's memory.
Pip, now is the time.
The world trembled, stories unraveling as Pip raised the quill, forced to choose what must be saved. Pip stared at the origin quill, heart aching, as all of existence teetered on his decision. The companions' faces swirled in the light and dark.
How do I choose? What story do I save?
Trust your heart, Pip. We believe in you.
Every ending is a beginning, Pip.
Pip pressed the quill to parchment as the world hung suspended, his choice about to remake everything.
Chapter 65. One word to save the world.
Pip's hand shook as he pressed the origin quill to the parchment, world trembling around him. The companions' faces hovered in the light, urging him on.
Together.
As the single word was written, it glowed, unfurling into a golden script that wrapped around Pip and his friends, pushing back the shadows. The golden word expanded, weaving through every story and memory, stitching lost tales back into place. The companions felt themselves drawn closer, their stories interlaced by magic.
I can see every path we walked, every choice we made.
Even the burned scones.
Nothing is truly lost, not while we remember.
We are stronger for every word we share.
The world brightened, color and memory flooding back as the shadow shrank and splintered. The remnants of the shadow twisted into cryptic symbols, forming a message no one could yet understand. The words burned briefly before fading into the parchment beneath their feet.
Did anyone else see that? It looked like a warning. I didn't like the look of those runes.
The shadow is not truly gone. Its root lies deeper.
The light flickered, and silence fell as the message vanished, leaving a sense of unfinished business in the air. The keeper of the ink loomed, eyes like silver moons, staff raised as the world steadied.
You have saved your world, but the true author of Oblivion stirs beneath the roots of creation. Beware the unwritten one.
The unwritten one? That doesn't sound like a happy ending.
Then we must keep writing. Our story isn't finished yet.
The companions exchanged determined glances, ready for the next chapter, whatever darkness awaited. A crack split the parchment beneath their feet, revealing a vast darkness below. Faint, unfinished words echoed up from the chasm, beckoning the companions onward.
If the unwritten one wants a story, we'll give it a good one.
Ready, everyone? Let's see how deep a tale can go.
Together, we descend.
The companions leapt into the unknown, falling toward the roots of creation as the next adventure began.
Chapter 66. Roots of the Unwritten.
The companions plunged through the crack, falling past drifting, unfinished words, into a world of tangled roots and shifting shadows. The air was thick with the scent of old parchment and possibility.
That was a longer fall than I expected. Are those roots or sentences?
We are beneath the foundations of all tales, where stories still grow.
Roots pulsed with faint light, sometimes forming words, sometimes faces, always shifting. The group navigated twisting tunnels where echoes of stories half-told whispered from the walls. Faint, ghostly figures flickered in and out of view, unfinished and yearning.
These are tales that never found their end.
I hope they're not upset about it.
Maybe they just need a new punchline.
Beware the pull of unfinished stories. They hunger for endings.
The tunnels seemed to shift, rewriting themselves with every step. At a crossroads, the companions found ancient glyphs carved deep into a thick root, pulsing with ominous light. The glyphs warned of the unwritten one's restless slumber.
Those symbols look angry. It's a warning. Disturb not the unwritten root, lest all tales unravel.
So let's not poke anything that wriggles.
The prison weakens. We must tread carefully.
The ground trembled, and the roots tightened around the path ahead. In the deepest tunnel, a figure emerged, lanky, ink-stained, draped in tattered manuscript robes, clutching a luminous page. Their eyes swirled with living words.
Travelers, you seek the unwritten one, but every passage demands a secret. Will you trade truth for a way forward?
What kind of secret? And how do we know you're not working for, well, the bad ending?
A truth unwritten, spoken aloud, one for one, passage for passage.
The scribe's page glowed brighter, illuminating a path that wound even deeper beneath the roots. The companions exchanged glances, hearts pounding. Would they reveal a secret to pass, or risk becoming another unfinished story? The scribe waited, page gleaming.
I have secrets, but are they worth the risk? What if my secret isn't big enough?
We'll decide together. We always do.
The scribe below held out the luminous page, and the tunnel plunged into deeper darkness, the next step resting on a single secret.
Chapter 67. The Price of Secrets.
The scribe below's ink-stained hand hovered, luminous page glowing in the darkness. Silence pressed in as the companions weighed their secrets.
I sometimes wish I'd never signed that library form. Not because of the magic, because I was afraid to belong.
The page drank in Pip's words, glowing brighter, and the tunnel ahead uncoiled, roots drawing aside. The companions pressed on, the tunnel walls murmuring with echoes of Pip's secret. The air was thick with the weight of unspoken truths.
We all have things we wish we'd done differently, Pip. You belong with us. Always have.
Even fear is part of your story, Pip.
The group moved closer together, their trust growing stronger with every step. Shadows along the tunnel walls twisted into illusions, doubts and regrets given shape. Each companion faced a vision born of their own secrets.
I am more than my mistakes.
No, I won't let you tell me I'm not clever enough.
My path is my own, shadow or no.
Shadows fade when we speak them aloud.
Their words shattered the illusions, clearing the tunnel of lingering doubts. The tunnel opened into a vast cavern, a prison of tangled roots and swirling darkness. In the center, a void pulsed, formless and hungry, barely contained by ancient glyphs.
That's where it's trapped. The unwritten one.
I feel like it's watching us.
Let's not wake it.
Its story is unfinished and dangerous.
The darkness shifted, and roots trembled as if in anticipation. At the cavern's edge, the scribe below appeared once more, holding a second blank page that shimmered with unsaid possibilities.
Passage demands another secret. The deeper you go, the more truth must be paid. Then we'll give what we must. The world is worth the telling.
How many secrets does it take to reach the end of a story?
The companions braced themselves, knowing the next secret could change everything. The void pulsed, hungry for what came next.
Chapter 68. Truths in the Dark.
The scribe below extended the blank page, its glow casting long shadows. Tension crackled as the companions hesitated, each secret weighing on their tongues.
I have hidden a story from the world, one I was too proud to finish. I feared it was unworthy.
The scribe's page drank in her words, and the ground trembled as a hidden passage yawned open in the cavern's floor. The companions descended a twisting staircase, the void's presence warping the world. Memories flickered and bent, rooms stretched impossibly, voices echoed backward.
My head feels like someone's rewritten it in a hurry. Don't trust what you see or hear. Hold on to each other.
Our story holds us together. Remember that.
The world rippled, but the group pressed on, guided by the origin quill's faint glow. At the heart of the labyrinth, a monstrous figure stirred, stitched from forgotten tales, its many eyes and mouths whispering lost endings.
Who dares disturb the stories left behind? Feed me truth, or be unmade.
We honor every story, even the ones not finished. We won't let you stop us.
We face you together. You can't frighten us with forgotten words.
The companions joined hands, their shared truths shining as the guardian recoiled, weakened by their unity. Beyond the defeated guardian stood a great stone gateway, covered in shifting runes. At its center, a single question: what truth unlocks all endings?
The answer is not written, it must be revealed.
We've shared secrets, but is that enough? Maybe it's about what we're still afraid to say.
The runes shimmered, awaiting a confession from the heart. Pip felt the weight of every secret and story, realizing the answer was his to give. The runes pulsed, the void behind the gate stirring.
I think I know what I have to say.
Speak, Pip. All stories begin with a single truth.
We're with you, Pip.
Pip stepped forward, heart pounding, as the gate awaited the truth that could change the world.
Chapter 69. The Heart's Confession.
Pip stood before the rune-covered gate, companions at his side, the question burning in the air. What truth unlocks all endings?
I'm afraid of being forgotten. I want to belong, to matter in someone else's story.
The runes blazed with golden light, the gate shuddered, and ancient stones slid open, revealing a swirling realm of unfinished tales. The companions entered a shifting chamber where reality bent. Unfinished stories spun around them, and fragments of lost worlds floated in the darkness.
This place, it feels like every story that never found an ending. It's beautiful and sad at the same time.
The Unwritten One's power warps all things unfinished. Stay close. The Unwritten One.
Shadows flickered, and the companions' forms blurred as the world threatened to pull them apart. The void's influence deepened, and the companions were separated by illusions, each facing their greatest fear alone amid the storm of tales.
Where did everyone go? Am I lost forever? This isn't real. I won't be alone again.
I know my friends are near. I won't be tricked by shadows.
Trust the story that binds us.
Their voices pierced the illusions, the golden thread of their friendship pulling them back together. At the heart of the prison, the companions reunited before the Unwritten One, a massive, swirling void with many shifting eyes and a core of silvery light.
So, the story reaches its penultimate page. Will you write, or will you be unwritten?
Why me? Why any of us?
Because your story is unfinished, Pip. You hold the power to end, or begin, all.
The void's tendrils reached for Pip, the air thick with possibility and peril. The Unwritten One's core pulsed, and a voice echoed in Pip's mind. Write the world anew, and all will be yours, but you will lose yourself in the telling.
If I accept, what happens to my story?
Become the author, or become a forgotten page. Choose, halfling.
Pip, don't listen. Your story matters to us.
Pip stood on the edge of destiny. The world's fate balanced on his answer as the void pressed closer.
Chapter 70. The Choice and the Echo.
Pip stood before the Unwritten One, the void's tendrils swirling around him, its pulsing core promising power at the cost of self.
Choose. Become the author of all. Erase yourself for the sake of the tale.
If I write the world anew, who will remember Pip Thistledown?
Pip, we will. You're part of our story. Don't let go.
The companions' voices echoed, hope shimmering in the darkness. The Unwritten One howled, warping the world into a storm of vanishing memories and melting realities. The companions fought to hold on to each other and themselves.
Don't let the story slip away. Hold on.
No story, no person is too small to matter.
Pip, remember who you are. Your tale is not finished.
The golden thread of unity glowed, binding the group against the void's assault. Pip faced the void, heart pounding. He raised his voice, clear and unwavering.
I won't erase myself for power. Every story matters, especially the little ones. That's what makes the world worth saving.
Then be unwritten.
No! Pip, you're not alone!
The void recoiled, its shadows thinning as Pip's words echoed through the chaos. As the void shrank, a final tendril lashed out, wrapping around Pip and pulling him toward the pulsing core.
Pip,
Don't let go! Hold on to your story, Pip.
Pip, remember the truth you spoke. Shh.
Pip's fingers slipped from his friend's grasp as the void's echo dragged him into darkness, his voice still ringing with hope.
Chapter 71. A Story in the Void.
Pip drifted through endless darkness, fragments of half-told stories swirling past. Time unraveled, and his memories faded like ink in water.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Shadows twisted into familiar faces, friends, family, even Pip himself, all fading into nothing. Amid the emptiness, Pip heard faint echoes, his friends' voices, shimmering like distant bells, guiding him onward.
Pip, you're not forgotten. We're with you. Remember the scones, Pip. Come home.
Your story is not over, Pip.
The echoes grew brighter, forming a golden path through the shifting void. Outside the void, the companions felt Pip's absence like a wound. Reality wavered, and memories of Pip flickered, threatening to vanish.
I refuse to let his story end here.
If we remember him, he can't be lost.
We'll anchor him with our stories. Don't stop believing.
Speak his name. Hold his place. That is the magic of belonging. D.
The companions joined hands, their memories shining against the encroaching void. Guided by the golden thread, Pip found himself before a glowing word, belonging, floating in the heart of the void.
This is what I needed. It's what we all need.
He reached out and grasped the word, feeling its warmth fill him as the darkness cracked and light poured through. As the void shattered, Pip found himself suspended between realities, half in darkness, half in blinding light. His friends' voices called, but the pull of the unwritten one remained.
Pip, reach for us.
Don't let go, Pip.
The choice is yours. Return or be lost to the void forever.
Pip's hand hovered between the worlds as the chapter closed, the outcome balanced on a single heartbeat.
Chapter 72. Threads of Return.
Pip floated between the blinding light and the swallowing darkness, the void's whisper curling around his mind.
Let go, Pip. Find peace in forgetting.
No, I remember who I am and who I belong to.
The glowing word belonging pulsed in Pip's hand, casting rays of golden warmth across the void. Outside the void, Pip's friends joined hands, sharing stories and memories, weaving them into a shimmering tapestry of light that stretched toward Pip.
Pip, remember the time you turned all the scones blue? We laughed for days. You once gave me hope when I'd lost everything. I'll never forget that. Pip Thistledown, you are written in every page of my life.
The story is strongest where it is shared. Come back, Pip.
The tapestry glimmered, reaching through the barrier and wrapping Pip in warmth. Pip reached for the tapestry, the unwritten one's tendrils lashing out to pull him back. The void trembled with fury.
You cannot escape. You belong to oblivion.
I choose my friends. I choose belonging.
Grab on, Pip. We won't let go.
Pip's fingers closed around the tapestry, golden light flaring as the void's tendrils shattered. As Pip was drawn toward the light, a deep fissure ripped through the fabric of reality, the unwritten one's final echo threatening to sever the companion's shared world.
The world's coming apart. Hold fast!
Anchor our stories. Don't let the threads snap.
All must remember, or all will be lost.
The tapestry trembled, stretching thin as reality teetered on the edge of collapse. Pip hovered at the edge of the rift, the tapestry tugging him toward his friends, while the void howled behind. In a heartbeat, everything balanced between belonging and oblivion.
Don't let go, Pip. Please!
We're stronger together.
I'm coming home.
As the void shrieked and the world's threads threatened to snap, Pip's fate, and the fate of all stories, hung in the balance.
Chapter 73. The Unraveling and the Return.
Pip dangled at the edge of the rift, the tapestry of memories stretched thin. His friends, refusing to let go, each shared a moment that bound them together.
You saved my notes from the rain, Pip, when no one else cared.
I found courage because you believed in me. You taught me even strict rules can bend for kindness.
You are the story's heart, Pip. Let our words be your guide.
Each memory shimmered, thickening the golden tapestry and pulling Pip closer to the world of light. The unwritten one shrieked, sending a wave of darkness to sever the tapestry and erase all stories at once.
If you will not join Oblivion, then none shall remember.
We remember for each other.
Hold fast, Pip!
Anchor the story.
The companions' unity blazed, forming a barrier of light the void could not breach. The tapestry glowed brighter than ever as Pip, fueled by his friend's love, pulled himself through the rift. The void's shriek faded into a distant echo.
I'm here. I made it.
Don't ever do that again, Pip.
Welcome home, little hero.
The companions embraced as the world's colors returned, though something in the air felt subtly different. As the void vanished, a fragment of shadow lingered at the rift's edge, unnoticed, coiling into the cracks of reality.
Some endings are not as final as they seem.
Did you feel that? Like a page torn from a book? The world feels altered.
In the shadows, a subtle ripple passed through the land. Something vital had been lost to the void. The companions stood in the altered world, uncertain what had changed. The sun shone through a sky tinged with silver, and in the distance, something shifted that should not have been.
Did we really win? Or did we just begin a new story?
As long as we're together, we can face it. Then let's find out what's changed, together.
As they stepped forward, the shadow in the cracks watched and waited, its story far from finished.
Chapter 74. Echoes in the Silver Sky.
The companions stepped into their home village, but the streets shimmered with a silvery haze, and familiar faces seemed subtly different.
Wasn't that bakery on the other side of the square yesterday? I swear the lamplighter's always been a gnome, not an orc, right?
Something's changed. It's like we're walking in someone else's memory.
Even the air felt different, tinged with the lingering magic of the void. As they explored, the companions realized some memories were missing or altered. Names forgotten, events out of order, friendships shifted.
My favorite book, I can't recall its ending.
The void's shadow lingers, rewriting more than just the world.
We'll fix this. We have to remember what's real, together.
What if we forget ourselves next?
The companions pressed on, searching for the source of the lingering disruption. In a quiet alley, a small child stood, untouched by the village's confusion. Their dark eyes reflected the companions, and a faint shadow trailed behind them.
You're looking for what was lost, but some echoes never fade.
Who are you, little one? Are you lost?
I remember everything and nothing. You should hurry. Shadows grow hungry in new worlds.
I feel watched, like the void is listening.
The child's shadow seemed to flicker, stretching along the cobblestones, before the child vanished into the mist. Where the child had stood, a single rune glowed on the cobblestones, a symbol none of them recognized, pulsing with quiet magic.
This is old. Older than the void's touch. It points east. Should we follow it? What if it's a trap?
We don't have a choice. If there's hope to mend what's broken, we have to try.
The next chapter is waiting. Let us see where the story leads.
With the rune's glow leading the way, the companions set off into the silver mist, unaware of the shadow that followed. As the companions moved eastward, the silver sky darkened, and the shadow in the cracks grew bolder, its form coalescing as it stalked the group.
Something's following us. Stay close. I don't like the way the shadows move here.
Whatever's out there, we face it together.
In the mist behind them, the shadow's eyes opened, watching, waiting for its moment to return.
Chapter 75. The Shadow's Pursuit.
The companions pressed on through the silver mist, the rune's glow faint beneath their feet. Strange sights flickered at the edges of vision, memories half remembered, some not their own.
Why do I remember a birthday in a house I've never seen before? I know this song, but I've never heard it sung in my life.
The void's shadow is mixing up what's real and what's not. We have to hold on to each other.
The mist thickened, and the shadow's presence pressed closer, warping the world around them. As the group reached a twisted grove, the shadow emerged, distorted, flickering, forming faces from their own fears.
You do not know yourselves. What will you become when memory fails?
We are more than what we remember. Our choices matter.
Fear is the shadow's tool. See through it.
We face you together. No illusion can break us.
The shadow swelled, wrapping the grove in darkness and swirling illusions. Each companion was shown a vision of their deepest doubt, memories twisted, love lost, failures magnified. The shadow tried to divide them with fear.
No, this isn't me. My friends are my truth. I choose the memories we made, not the ones you plant.
We write our own stories together.
Shadow, you cannot unmake what is bound in friendship.
The companions' bonds blazed, shattering the illusions and forcing the shadow to recoil. Wounded, the shadow melted into the roots of the grove, merging with the land and warping trees and paths into impossible shapes.
The forest is changing. Paths twisting, trees moving. It's becoming part of the world. We have to keep moving. I've never seen a tree with eyes before.
The only way forward was through the now corrupted woods, where memory and reality blurred. The companions gathered their courage and stepped into the corrupted woods, shadows shifting all around. Each step threatened to rewrite who they were.
Remember, we hold each other's stories. We won't be lost.
The journey grows stranger, but our thread is strong.
Let's face the forest, and whatever it remembers, together.
As the woods closed behind them, the boundary between memory and reality vanished, leaving their fates to the shifting shadows.
Chapter 76. The Forest of Forgetting.
The forest closed around the companions, its branches twisting into impossible shapes. The air was thick with whispers and the scent of rain on old paper.
Keep your mind clear. Don't let the forest trick you. I already forgot why we came in here. Wait, no, I remember. Pip, you're still with us, right?
I think so. I feel stretched, like I'm forgetting something important.
Eyes blinked open in the bark, following every step, while shadows flickered at the edge of vision. Each companion stumbled into a vision, old regrets, false memories, and voices urging them to forget who they are. The forest tried to unravel their stories.
My name, what was it? Why do I see my father's study?
Hold to the truth. I am Eldroth. I am bound. I am here.
Pip, Tilda, don't leave me behind!
Mary, we're here, together. Say your name.
By calling out truths and reminding each other of who they were, the companions pierced the forest's illusions. Deeper in the woods, the group encountered a gaunt figure clutching scraps of parchment, blank eyes staring into nothing.
Do you know my name? I had one once. Maybe it's written here.
Oh, that's awful. Can we help you remember?
We're searching for what was lost too. Maybe we can find your story together.
Beware. Linger too long, and you too may be unmade.
The wanderer's shadow stretched long behind, warning them of the forest's true danger. Without warning, a surge of shadow split the group. Pip was dragged away by inky tendrils, the others forced back by a wall of darkness.
Pip, hold on! We're coming! Don't let the shadows take you!
Focus. Remember, Pip. Remember his story.
I'm here. Don't forget me.
As the group clawed through the darkness, Pip vanished into the shadow's heart. Alone in the suffocating dark, Pip heard the shadow whisper, offering him a way out if he agreed to a price.
Give me your truest memory, Pip, and I will set you free.
I won't give you my story.
As Pip's resolve wavered, the shadow closed in, ready to bargain or consume.
Chapter 77. The Price of Memory.
In the suffocating dark, Pip faced the shadow of the rift, its eyes gleaming with hungry promise.
Give me your truest memory, and you will be free.
I won't give you my story. My memories belong to all of us.
Pip clung to the memory of his friends, laughter, warmth, scones shared under a summer sky. The shadow recoiled, unable to grasp it. Elsewhere, the companions pressed through the forest's illusions, calling Pip's name and clinging to their shared truths.
Pip! Remember your favorite bookshop!
Don't let go of us!
Speak your name. Anchor yourself.
Let the story's thread guide you.
Their voices wove a path of golden light through the darkness, reaching toward Pip. The nameless wanderer appeared, guiding the group with hesitant steps, scraps of parchment fluttering.
The shadow feeds on what is lost. Hold fast, or become like me.
Thank you. We won't forget you.
We'll help you remember too.
With the wanderer's help, the group pressed deeper, the forest's grip weakening as they spoke their truths aloud. The shadow, angered by their unity, unleashed a torrent of false memories. Scenes of betrayal, loss, and despair swirled around the group.
You are nothing without your stories. Let them break.
Our real memories are stronger than your lies.
Truth cannot be erased by shadow.
We choose our own endings.
The companions' bonds flared, shattering the illusions in a burst of golden light. The shadow retreated, melding into the deepest roots of the forest. A path revealed itself, ancient, tangled, pulsing with hidden power.
Did you see that? It's afraid of something deeper inside.
Then that's where we go. We'll finish this. Together.
Whatever's waiting for us, we face it as a story, one word at a time.
As the party stepped onto the revealed path, the forest shifted and the air shimmered with ancient secrets, drawing them toward the mystery at the heart of the woods.
Chapter 78. The Heartwood's Secret.
The forest path glowed beneath the companions' feet, pulsing with a rhythm older than memory. Time twisted, day and night flickered as they walked.
I feel like we're walking through someone else's dream. The trees remember more than we do.
The heart of the story is close. We must not lose ourselves.
Shadows flickered at the edge of vision, but the golden thread of unity held strong. At a clearing, a towering figure of bark and leaves awaited, the guardian of the Heartwood. Their eyes glowed with wisdom older than the woods.
You come seeking what was lost. The shadow's root lies in a forgotten story, buried at the forest's heart. Restore it, and balance may return.
What story? How can we find what's been erased?
Each of you must reclaim a memory the forest has hidden. Only then may you pass.
The companions exchanged nervous glances as the forest pressed in, demanding the truth of them all. One by one, the companions faced visions of lost moments, regrets, joys, and truths stolen by the forest. Only by speaking them aloud could they reclaim their story.
I forgot how much I missed my sister.
I'll remember her, always. My mother's lullaby. I thought it was gone forever. My first poem. I wrote it for hope. I reclaim it now.
The first time I made someone smile with magic. I remember.
As each truth was spoken, the golden thread brightened, unraveling the forest's shadowy grip. At the forest's heart, an immense tree rose, its trunk split by a swirling vortex of shadow and light. The forgotten story pulsed within, guarded by twisting roots.
The shadow will not yield easily. Prepare yourselves.
Only one may enter the heart. The choice is yours.
I'll go. This started with my story. I have to see it through.
As Pip stepped forward, the shadow rose up, larger and fiercer than ever before. The shadow loomed, blocking Pip's path, its form shifting and monstrous. It hissed a final warning as Pip prepared to enter the heart.
Turn back, little Warlock. Some stories are better left forgotten.
I believe every story deserves a chance to be told, even the forgotten ones.
With the forest holding its breath and the shadow poised to strike, Pip took his first step into the swirling Heartwood.
Chapter 79. The Warlock and the Forgotten Tale.
Pip stepped into the vortex within the Heartwood, surrounded by floating fragments of stories, some joyful, some sorrowful, all incomplete.
So many tales, all lost.
The shadow of the rift loomed, its form swelling with every broken memory, eyes glinting with malice. The shadow lashed out, assailing Pip with visions of his worst fears. Friends forgetting him, magic gone awry, the world unmade.
You are nothing, just a footnote in forgotten pages.
I'm not alone. I remember who I am because of them.
Echoes of Mary, Tilda, Bristlequill, and Eldroth's voices shimmered in the storm, giving Pip strength to resist the shadow's lies. In a flash of insight, Pip glimpsed the heart of the Heartwood. A faded story about hope, family, and belonging, erased by envy and darkness.
This is the story the shadow fears. A tale where no one is left behind.
Pip began to rewrite the tale in his own words, golden script swirling into the void, calling on the magic of shared stories. The shadow shrieked, unleashing a storm of darkness to blot out Pip and the story forever. Light and shadow collided in a chaotic whirl.
If I cannot have the story, none shall.
You can't erase what's been shared. Stories live in every heart.
Pip was caught at the center of a maelstrom, his voice and will the only anchor against oblivion. Light and darkness swirled around Pip as he prepared to speak the last line of the forgotten tale. The fate of the Heartwood, and all stories, hung in the balance.
Once upon a time, Pun.
As Pip's words rang out, the shadow lunged, and the world held its breath, waiting for the story's end or its new beginning.
Chapter 80. Once Upon a Memory.
As Pip spoke, golden script spiraled from his lips, weaving through the shattered realm. Each word mended a memory, each phrase stitched hope into the void.
Once upon a time, there was a world that refused to forget.
The shadow reeled, its form flickering between monstrous and frail, as Pip's story pushed back the darkness. One by one, Pip's friends lent their voices. Their memories, of laughter, kindness, and courage, blazed against the shadow's onslaught.
I remember the first time Pip baked scones for us.
I remember trading stories under the market lanterns. I remember Pip's first spell. A magical mess, but the start of everything.
I remember the promise. No story is ever truly lost.
Their voices formed a chorus, each memory a shield against the shadow's despair. Driven to desperation, the shadow of the rift twisted itself into a monstrous, many-eyed beast, its tendrils lashing out to silence the story.
Enough! I will devour every word, every dream, until only silence remains.
You can't silence us. Stories live as long as we remember.
The realm trembled, golden light fracturing as shadow and story collided in a final, desperate struggle. Cracks split the Heartwood. The realm teetered between collapse and rebirth. Pip saw his friends trapped by shadowy chains, memories slipping away.
Pip, finish the story! Save us!
Don't let us be forgotten.
The choice is yours, Pip. Story or friendship? What will you save?
Pip stood at the center, golden script burning in his hands, forced to choose as the world began to unravel. Pip's heart pounded. To finish the story would save countless memories, but could cost his friends. To save his friends might doom the Heartwood forever.
There must be another way. I can't lose them. I can't lose the story.
As golden light and shadow closed in, Pip lifted his hands, about to decide the fate of story and friendship, with everything on the line.
Chapter 81. The Third Path.
Pip stood trembling at the eye of the storm, golden script in one hand, his friends' lives in the other. The shadow pressed closer, savoring his indecision.
Choose, little Warlock, your friends or the world's memory. There is no other path.
No, there's always another way. There has to be.
Light and shadow twisted around him, the Heartwood's fate suspended on a single choice. In a flash of inspiration, Pip recalled his accidental pact with Eldroth, the magic that always worked but never as expected. He dared to channel that chaos, hoping for a miracle.
Eldroth, if ever there was a time for your help, now.
Let us see what story we can make together, Pip Thistledown.
Pip's words warped into shimmering runes, swirling unpredictably as chaos and hope mingled in the air. Guided by his friends' distant voices, Pip started to rewrite the ending, not just for the Heartwood, but for all of them. Each word shimmered with memory and love.
Pip, write us in. Don't let us go. Make it a story where no one is forgotten. Write with truth. That's the only magic that lasts.
Our story. Together. That's the ending.
The script blazed brighter, shadow chains weakening as the Heartwood trembled with possibility. The shadow, sensing its end, lashed out in a final frenzy, hurling darkness at Pip and his companions. The Heartwood cracked, the world teetering on the edge.
You cannot bind what was born from oblivion. Pip, now, finish what you began.
This is our story. No shadow can erase it.
As Pip prepared to inscribe the final word, the shadow's power surged, threatening to tear everything apart. Pip stood at the brink, quill glowing with every memory, every friend, every hope. The next word would decide the fate of all stories.
Together.
Light and shadow froze, the world holding its breath as Pip prepared to finish the tale, and either save or lose everything.
Chapter 82. The Word That Binds.
Pip pressed his glowing quill to the golden script, heart pounding, as his friends' voices surrounded him in a tapestry of memory.
Together. That's the word.
With that single word, the script flared, and the Heartwood's fractured realm began to mend, stories weaving themselves into living light. The companions' memories, laughter, tears, triumphs, defeats, became shining threads, binding them to the Heartwood and each other.
I can see our stories, like fireflies in the branches. I never want to forget this. Not ever. This is magic I never dared to imagine.
The tale is changed, but not ended.
The Heartwood pulsed with new life, its branches glowing with the stories of all who had passed through. The shadow of the rift, weakened but desperate, twisted reality one last time, splitting the realm with a scream of envy and fear.
You cannot hold this forever. Doubt will return. All stories fade.
Maybe they do. But while we remember, the story lives.
The companions' unity shone like a beacon, shattering the shadow's grasp. Fragments of darkness scattered into the branches. As silence fell, the Heartwood was changed, its core no longer broken, but something new and mysterious. In the center stood an ornate door, glimmering with runes.
Was that always there? Where do you think it leads? Only one way to find out.
The companions gathered close, staring at the door as it pulsed with possibility. The ornate door creaked open on its own, revealing swirling mists and the faint sound of distant laughter and song.
Shall we see what's next?
A story never truly ends, Pip. It only waits for the next page.
Together, the companions stepped through the door, their story unfinished, ready to face whatever wonders or perils lay beyond.
Chapter 83. Through the Door of Stories.
The companions emerged into a world of swirling parchment skies, floating books, and paths that wrote themselves with every step.
Is this the inside of a story?
Look! That cloud just turned into a poem about cheese. The ground changes with our thoughts. Be careful what you imagine.
The world shifted and danced, shaped by memory, longing, and unspoken wishes. As they journeyed, illusions appeared, scenes from their pasts, possible futures, and desires left unsaid. Each echo tempted them to linger or stray.
That's me, as a child, reading by candlelight.
Even I see what I once was, or might have been.
It's hard to know what's real here. We have to stay together.
Let's make our own story, not get lost in someone else's.
The companions pressed forward, resisting the seductive pull of unfinished dreams. At a crossroads of unwritten roads, a tall, translucent figure appeared, robes flowing, silver eyes watching. The air crackled with unspoken rules.
Not all stories deserve an ending. Some are too dangerous, too powerful. Why should yours continue?
Because we're still writing it, together.
Every unfinished story is a hope for something new. Ours is no different.
The librarian's eyes narrowed, weighing their words as the realm quieted in anticipation. The librarian conjured a great tome, its pages blank and waiting. Only a story worth telling could open the way forward.
Prove your tale's worth. Write a line that endures, one that cannot be erased by shadow or time.
Let's do this, together.
Our story is one of hope, of choosing each other, again and again.
Pip's words glowed on the page, refusing to fade, as the tome began to open and the final door revealed itself. Beyond the opening tome, a staircase of story light spiraled upward, promising answers, endings, and perhaps new beginnings.
One more page then. Ready?
Let the story lead, and we will follow.
The companions climbed the luminous stairs, stepping into the unknown, toward the end or perhaps a new chapter.
Chapter 84. The Summit of Stories.
The companions climbed the luminous stairs, each step echoing with moments from their shared past, laughter, loss, courage, and regret.
I never imagined our story would come this far. Every step is a memory worth keeping.
Even the mistakes. Maybe especially those.
The staircase narrowed, light growing brighter as they neared the summit. At the top, they entered a vast, circular chamber of mirrored walls. Reflections showed not only their faces, but the choices and changes they'd made.
Every story changes its teller.
And every teller shapes the ending.
I see myself, but also who I could have been.
Each companion faced a vision, some joyful, some painful, testing their resolve to finish the tale together. One by one, the companions voiced their commitment to their shared story, each overcoming a vision of doubt or regret.
My path might have wandered, but this is where I belong. I wouldn't trade our story for any other. I will see this tale written true to the very last word.
I'm ready. Whatever comes, we face it together.
Their words sent ripples through the chamber, reflections aligning until one path shone clear at the center. At the heart of the chamber rested a massive tome bound in shimmering scales, the Book of Endings. Its cover pulsed with unread words, sealed by story and fate.
Is that it? The end of our story?
The end. Or a new beginning. Only you can open it, Pip.
Pip reached out, and as his fingers brushed the cover, a deep crack split the mirrored walls, shadows leaking into the light. As the companions gathered around the Book of Endings, the chamber shuddered. The crack widened, and a chill swept the summit. The shadow was not yet gone.
We're not finished. Not until the last shadow is gone.
Pip, what do we do?
The final word is still yours, Pip. Stand fast.
With the Book of Endings before them and darkness creeping in, the companions braced for the last test of their tale.
Chapter 85. Shadows Between the Lines.
The crack in the mirrored chamber widened, spilling shadow across the floor. Reflections warped, showing not triumph but regret and fear.
My reflections, blaming me for every mistake. It's showing me what I could have lost.
They're only shadows. We know who we are, together.
The Book of Endings pulsed with trapped light as darkness crept closer. The shadows rose from the mirrors, forming twisted doubles of each companion. The air filled with whispers of doubt and failure.
I am more than my mistakes.
You're not me. You're just what I'm afraid of. I choose my friends, not my regrets.
Shadow has no hold on truth.
With Pip's encouragement, the companions shattered their shadow doubles, light pushing back the darkness. The Book of Endings responded to their unity, its seal fading as golden light spilled forth. The shadow recoiled, but lingered at the chamber's edge.
Our story isn't over, not while we stand together.
The tale endures, Pip. Write the truth of it.
Pip stepped forward, quill alight, as the final page revealed itself, blank, awaiting the last word. The shadow gathered itself into a towering, flickering mass, eyes blazing, voice echoing through the chamber.
I will have the final word. Every story ends in darkness.
Not this one. Not today. Duh.
The chamber shook as the shadow lunged for the book, its darkness battling Pip's light for the last line. Pip stood before the open book, the shadow looming, the quill trembling in his hand. The final word hovered between hope and oblivion.
This is our ending. And our beginning.
Light and darkness swirled as Pip prepared to write, the fate of all stories hanging on a single line.
Chapter 86. The Light Between Shadows.
The chamber shook as the shadow of the rift surged, its darkness swirling into a storm bent on swallowing the Book of Endings, and Pip with it.
The final word is mine. Only oblivion endures.
Not while I have a story to tell.
The quill in Pip's hand glowed, fueled by the hopes and voices of his friends. The companions clasped hands, channeling their stories into Pip, memories of laughter, loss, courage, and love. Light spilled from their hearts, weaving into the quill.
Pip, you're never alone. Write for all of us. Let this be a true ending, one we choose together.
The tale is yours, Pip. Speak it whole.
The chamber filled with golden light, forcing the shadow back, but not erasing it. Pip hesitated, then understood. To truly end the tale, he must honor both light and shadow. With trembling hand, he wrote not an ending, but an embrace.
There is no story without shadow, no joy without sorrow, no hope without fear.
Wisdom at last. Sue.
As Pip wrote, the Book of Endings shimmered, its pages filling with swirling light and darkness in harmony. The shadow, desperate and furious, hurled itself at Pip in a final, wrenching attack. The chamber splintered, reality warping around them.
If I cannot end the story, I will take the teller.
Pip, hold on!
Don't let go!
Darkness wrapped around Pip, tugging him toward the open book as the world spun. In a flash of blinding light and shadow, Pip vanished, drawn into the Book of Endings as his friends screamed his name.
Pip, where did you go? We must find him. The story isn't over.
The tale continues, within and beyond.
The Book of Endings snapped shut, its cover glowing with both darkness and light, waiting for someone to open it once more.
Chapter 87. The Pages Between Worlds.
Pip opened his eyes to find himself adrift on a river of ink, pages folding and unfolding beneath him, the sky a tapestry of written words.
This isn't how I expected the ending to feel.
Shadows flickered in the distance, echoes of unfinished stories, some reaching for him, others melting away. Outside the book, Pip's companions gathered around the sealed tome, deciphering the magical runes and searching for any sign of hope.
There's got to be a way to reach him. We won't leave him behind.
These runes are changing, almost like they're waiting for us to write something.
Everyone, focus your thoughts on Pip. Stories are bridges, and we'll build one if we must.
As their voices joined, a faint glow appeared on the book's cover, a sign their bond endured. Pip wandered through a forest of towering books, encountering faded, half-remembered figures who once belonged to forgotten tales. Will anyone remember me, little Warlock? Or am I only ink and dust?
If I remember you, that's one more story that lives.
Tell our story, Pip. Don't let us fade. Their pleas echoed through the shelves, tugging at Pip's heart as he pressed onward. From the shadows, a robed figure appeared, parchment swirling about them, an ancient script glowing at their feet.
Beware, Pip Thistledown. The heart of the book is both hope and peril. Not every story welcomes its teller.
I have to try. My friends are waiting. So are all these stories.
To rewrite fate is to risk being unwritten. Choose your path with care.
The binder gestured, revealing two paths, one toward the book's heart, the other fading into the void. Pip stared at the two paths, the heart of the book pulsing with promise, the void whispering oblivion. The shadow's presence thickened, threatening to erase everything.
I won't let our story end here. I choose the heart, whatever it brings.
As Pip stepped forward, the shadows coiled behind him and the world trembled, the next page waiting to be written.
Chapter 88. The Heart of the Book.
Pip pressed onward, winding through corridors of shifting tales, walls rippling with scenes from countless stories, some familiar, some strange.
It's like walking through every story ever told, and some that never were.
Behind him, the shadow slithered, distorting the stories it touched, twisting hope into fear. Outside, Pip's friends channeled their thoughts and memories, sending flashes of shared moments and encouragement through the glowing book.
Pip, remember the pond in Springvale? You never let us give up. We're with you. You're not alone in the maze. Write your way home, Pip. Find the truth at the heart.
The words echoed in Pip's mind, forming glowing bridges that guided him through the shifting passages. At the labyrinth's center stood a colossal figure, the spectral gatekeeper, draped in a cloak of ghostly feathers, keys clinking at its side, eyes burning blue.
Only a tale worthy of remembrance may enter the heart. Speak, little Warlock. What story do you bring?
I bring the story of my friends, of how we found light even in the deepest shadow.
The gatekeeper loomed, silent, awaiting Pip's tale as the shadow pressed closer, seething with envy. Pip spoke of laughter and loss, of courage and mistakes, of the bonds that shaped their journey, his words weaving golden light through the chamber.
Even when I was afraid, my friends gave me strength. Our story is hope, messy, unexpected, but ours.
Such stories shape worlds, but beware, the shadow would see them unmade.
As Pip finished, the shadow surged, trying to blot out the golden words and seize the heart for itself. The chamber trembled as Pip stood before the heart's threshold, the gatekeeper's keys glowing, the shadow raging behind him.
I'm not leaving anyone behind, not even the lost stories.
The heart's doors began to open, golden and dark light spilling out, as the shadow lunged, threatening to consume everything.
Chapter 89. The Tale Unwritten.
Pip entered a chamber of swirling light and ink, where stories floated like stars, each a memory, a hope, a dream. At the center pulsed the heart, a sphere of woven words.
It's beautiful. It feels like all our stories at once.
The shadow slithered in, tendrils reaching for the heart, its darkness swallowing words and dimming the light. Outside, Pip's friends poured their memories and hopes into the Book of Endings, forming a bridge of golden light that pierced the chamber's wall.
I see him! Pip, hold on, we're coming! Don't let go, Pip! Let's write ourselves into the story, together.
The companions appeared beside Pip, their presence brightening the chamber and pushing the shadow back. The shadow grew, desperate, its form twisting into nightmares and doubts. Pip and his friends joined hands, telling their story aloud, a tale of both shadow and light.
You cannot erase me. All stories end.
But endings aren't erasure. You're part of the story too.
Light and shadow, one tale, not two.
The chamber filled with swirling light and darkness, the heart pulsing as the shadow began to unravel. As the shadow faded, the heart's surface split open, revealing a hidden name written in glowing script. The world trembled. Something forgotten was returning.
What's that name? I've never seen it before. The Book of Endings. Is it someone's story?
I think it's the first story. The one we all forgot.
The chamber darkened as the heart beckoned them closer, the final secret waiting to be unveiled. The companions approached the heart, the forgotten name blazing brighter, the chamber trembling as if on the brink of rewriting itself.
Whatever waits behind that name, we face it together.
Let's finish the story we started.
As the heart opened, the world around them began to dissolve into swirling words, the next page and their fate waiting to be written.
Chapter 90. The First Story Remembered.
The companions stepped into a space beyond time, a swirling void of light and ink, where words drifted like snowflakes and all things felt possible.
Are we inside the very first story?
Before them stood a luminous, wistful figure, the first storyteller, clutching a faded quill, their eyes deep as starlit skies. The first storyteller began to speak, their words painting visions of the first loneliness, the longing that sparked all tales.
I wished for a voice to answer mine, and so the stories began. But now I cannot remember hope.
Then let us remind you, every story is a bridge, not an end. The best tales are never alone.
The companion's words brightened the void, fragments of laughter and love swirling around the storyteller. The shadow slithered from the edges, its form vast and trembling, hungry for erasure. It challenged the companions. Would they risk their own stories to save another's?
All things fade. Will you give up your tales for a forgotten wish? We are made by the stories we share. We choose hope.
Our stories belong to all who need them, even you.
The companions wove their memories and dreams into the first story, the void trembling as shadow and light entwined. The first storyteller's eyes filled with new light as hope returned. The Book of Endings pulsed, pages reforming into a new beginning.
You have given me back the dawn. The story can begin anew.
Every ending is just another page to turn.
So, what do we write next?
The void blossomed with possible stories, paths unfurling, the companions glimpsing futures they could choose. The companions gathered as the first storyteller offered the quill. The Book of Endings shimmered. Now, the Book of Beginnings.
I think it's our turn to write.
Just don't sign anything without reading it, Pip.
As Pip reached for the quill, the world held its breath, the next story waiting to be written.
Chapter 91. The Quill and the Question.
The blank page shimmered as each companion saw a vision, a world shaped by their choices, full of hope, challenge, and possibility.
I see a market where every traveler brings a story, and no one is turned away. I see libraries that never close, and memories that never fade.
I see us together, even after the story ends.
The visions faded, leaving the page pure and waiting. From the fading dark, the last remnant of the shadow whispered temptations, offering easy endings and forgotten wishes, trying to draw the companions away from uncertainty.
Wouldn't you rather rest, forget, let the world end in peace? We've had quite enough of endings, thank you.
Real stories are made of risks, not comforts. We choose beginnings.
The shadow's voice faded, powerless against their unity. The first storyteller offered the quill, their luminous eyes searching each face. The weight of creation hung in the air.
What story will you write, knowing it may change everything? Something real, something brave, something new.
And maybe a little bit silly.
You are not alone, Pip. We write together.
The page shivered, the quill glowing brighter, as destiny bent to their will. Pip raised the quill, the companion's hands resting on his shoulders. The Book of Beginnings pulsed with promise and uncertainty.
Here goes everything.
We're with you, Pip. Let's make it a good one.
As Pip touched the page, the world held its breath, and the first word waited to be written.
Chapter 92. The First Word Written.
Pip pressed the glowing quill to the page. Light and ink exploded outward, and the world dissolved into a swirl of colors, memories, and possible futures.
I think I started something. Or maybe everything.
The companions floated in a liminal space, surrounded by scenes from their past, each shimmering with the chance to change. Each companion relived a memory, a moment of fear, a choice, a regret. But now, the memory waited for their decision. Keep it or let it go.
I'll keep the day I found friends in a library instead of answers. I let go of the deal I never wanted. I choose freedom. I'll remember every mistake so I can write better ones next time.
I keep it all, even the muddled bits. That's our story.
With each choice, the world around them solidified, threads of gold and silver weaving the foundation of something new. The first storyteller appeared, luminous and calm, offering words of wisdom as the companions shaped the story's beginning.
Every word holds a world. What you choose to write you choose to live.
Even a warlock who meant well can change the world. One word at a time.
No pressure then to...
The companions gathered, their hands steadying Pip's as the quill hovered once more. Just as Pip prepared to write the first word, a tendril of shadow lashed out from the page's edge, clawing for the quill and threatening to undo everything.
There will always be endings.
And always new beginnings. Hold on, Pip!
We write this together, light and shadow both.
The companions seized the quill together, its light burning brighter as the shadow writhed. The first word hovered, unwritten, as the final struggle began.
Chapter 93. The Word Against the Dark.
Shadow and light wrestled across the page, the quill burning in the companions' joined hands. The world trembled, caught between unwritten possibility and oblivion.
You cannot shape what you cannot name.
Watch us!
Pip, write what matters. We're with you.
The quill wavered. One wrong word and all could be lost. Each companion spoke a word, their voices weaving together. Courage, laughter, forgiveness, hope, binding the story with their hearts.
Wisdom. Curiosity. Kindness.
Change.
Together.
With every word, the shadow recoiled, the page shining brighter. The shadow twisted, morphing into lost faces, whispering doubts and regrets, trying to fracture their unity at the final moment.
Endings bring peace. Let it go, little warlock.
Endings are part of stories, not the end of us. It is time. Write, and let the world be born anew.
Pip tightened his grip as the quill flared, the shadow's grip weakening. Pip, guided by his friends and the storyteller, pressed the quill to the page. The word they chose, together, flared in golden light, banishing the shadow at last.
It is done.
Did we just save the story?
I think we just started a new one.
The page blazed with possibility as the shadow shattered, and all around them, the world waited to be remade. Light settled softly, and the companions looked out across a horizon of unwritten land. The future was theirs to shape, but what would they write next?
I suppose we're about to find out.
Maybe I'll start with Once Upon a Breakfast.
As long as there's tea.
The world rippled, the quill hovering once more, as the new dawn beckoned their first steps into the unknown.
Chapter 94. Steps into the Unwritten.
As the word together faded into the dawn, the blank world rippled and blossomed, meadows unfurling, rivers flowing, and clouds forming with every step the companions took.
I just thought of lemon tarts, and now there's a lemon grove. Look, my favorite market stall, and it's selling hats for frogs.
Are we making this as we go?
With each wish and memory, the world grew richer, more whimsical, and impossibly alive. The first storyteller and Eldroth drifted alongside, their forms glowing as they watched the world take shape.
Every step writes a ripple. Will you create for joy or for wisdom?
Beware, stories left untended can wander where you least expect.
The truest stories are never just about ourselves.
The companions walked on, pondering the responsibility that came with every word and dream. As the group shaped the land, echoes of old memories surfaced, some joyful, others strange, a few unsettling in their familiarity.
Did you all see that? Wasn't that the bakery from our first adventure? I could swear that statue winked at me.
I think we're not the only ones writing now.
The world shimmered, as if something, or someone, else was shaping stories alongside them. From the rippling air, a familiar figure emerged, Pip's own face, but ghostly and shimmering, wearing a library clerk's badge.
Excuse me, but have any of you seen the returns ledger? I seem to have misplaced myself.
That's me. Or is it? I don't remember being that organized.
Pip, if you're here and there, which one's the real you?
The companions gathered close as the air thickened with paradox. The next word and the next choice could unravel or save everything. The quill hovered between Pip and his echo, both reaching for it as the world around them flickered with uncertain possibility.
If I write the next word, do I become real? Or do you?
Only one way to find out.
The page shimmered, the companions held their breath, and the story teetered on the edge of a choice that could change everything.
Chapter 95. The Paradox of Pip.
Pip and Echo. Pip faced one another, hands outstretched toward the hovering quill. The world flickered with every heartbeat.
If we both write, do we both become real?
Maybe we always were. Maybe it's time we finish this together.
The companions nodded, stepping close, their presence grounding the shifting world. The first storyteller appeared, their luminous form casting soft light over the scene. Their words resonated through the uncertain realm.
A story is not one voice, but many. To be whole, you must write with all your truths.
What if the muddled bits are the best parts?
I think we're about to find out.
The quill glowed brighter as Pip and his echo grasped it together, their hands overlapping. As Pip and Echo Pip moved the quill in unison, a single word formed: wholeness. Light and shadow, laughter and doubt, all entwined in the stroke.
I feel here. Real.
We didn't erase anything, we just accepted it.
The best stories keep all their pages.
The paradox shimmered, then folded into the fabric of the world. The landscape stabilized, vibrant and whole. The companions explored the new landscape, familiar and strange, full of wonders both old and new. The air hummed with potential and laughter echoed freely.
I think the bakery's even better this time. And the lemon tarts are twice as tart.
It seems you've written a world where all things belong.
Yet as they celebrated, the quill shimmered with a final glow. A last page, still blank, waiting for the answer only they could give. The first storyteller appeared one more time, holding the quill and the last blank page. The companions gathered, sensing the importance of this final choice.
The story is yours, but every tale must choose. Do you write an ending or another beginning? Let's decide together.
The page shimmered, the world paused, and the answer waited, unwritten, as the companions stood poised to shape the fate of their story.
Chapter 96. The Last Word Unwritten.
The companions gathered in a circle around the last blank page, the quill hovering at its center. Dawn's light painted them golden as silence filled the world.
I used to think stories were just for selling. Now I know they're for sharing. And for keeping memories alive, even the silly ones. Stories let us forgive ourselves and each other.
I'm glad I signed that library form after all.
The first storyteller nodded, radiant with pride and quiet expectation. The first storyteller stepped forward, their robes whispering across the grass, and offered the quill to Pip.
Every story must choose to close the cover or turn the page. What will yours be?
The unknown is never empty. It's full of what we dare to imagine. Double oo.
I'd rather keep going, mistakes and all.
Pip reached out, the quill trembling between ending and beginning. As Pip's hand closed around the quill, the world shimmered, and a vision swept over them all. Glimpses of paths untaken, friends unmade, and stories that might never be told.
I don't want to forget any of it. Not even the scary bits.
The best tales leave room for more.
We can carry it all forward, together.
The vision faded, leaving only the blank page, shining with hope and uncertainty. With hands joined, the companions stood behind Pip as he faced the page. Their shadows stretched long and bright across the new world.
Write what you wish for, not what you fear.
Then here's to more stories, more laughter, and more lemon tarts.
And tea. Don't forget the tea.
The quill glowed, their choice clear, a future still unwritten, but full of hope. Pip lowered the quill, the tip just touching the page as the world held its breath. The last word, whatever it would be, remained unwritten, waiting for the courage of a single stroke.
Here goes everything.
Light swelled around them, the story on the cusp of becoming, as the final choice hovered in the silence.
Chapter 97. The stroke that changes everything.
Pip lowered the quill, and with a trembling hand, drew the first stroke on the last blank page. Magic burst outward, light, color, and music swirling through the air.
I did it. We did it.
The page is writing itself. Look, lemon tarts and tea everywhere. And a market full of hats for every creature, even the frogs.
The land shimmered and twisted, reshaping itself with every wish and hope spoken aloud. The companions' dreams spun into reality. A bakery on every corner, rivers of ink and song, libraries that stretched into the clouds. The world became a tapestry of their shared hopes.
Even the footnotes are growing into forests.
Your laughter has made the stars brighter.
Is this what it's like to be part of the story, not just reading it?
Every companion's essence was woven into the new world, both ordinary and magical, as possibility blossomed. The magic faded into a gentle glow. The world was new, yet full of the memories and laughter that brought them here.
I wouldn't trade a single misadventure. Even the chaos feels like home.
It's more than I ever hoped for.
The companions stood together, savoring the world they'd written into being. The first storyteller appeared, holding the quill as it glowed with lingering power. All eyes turned to them as the magic settled.
Every story must pass to new hands. Who will write the next beginning?
It's never just one author, is it?
The story belongs to whoever dares to dream.
The quill floated among the companions, glowing brighter as it waited for its next bearer. The quill hovered between the companions, pulsing with possibility. Each one reached out, and the story's future trembled in their hands.
Who's next?
I have a few ideas. Only if there are snacks.
The light of the quill flared, and the next beginning waited, unwritten, for the one brave enough to take it.
Chapter 98. The choosing of the next storyteller.
The quill floated above the companions, shining with possibility. Its light touched each of them in turn, as if inviting them to speak their hearts.
I always thought stories were for heroes, but maybe every voice matters. If we all get a say, I want more libraries, some with slides.
I never meant to start all this, but I wouldn't change a word.
Each friend's hopes glimmered in the air, weaving together like threads of light. One by one, the companions voiced what the story meant to them and what they wished for next. The air sparkled with magic, echoing their dreams.
I wish for stories that heal and forgive, not just teach.
I hope for a world where even ancient things can learn something new.
And perhaps a few less paperwork mishaps.
The world shimmered, reshaping itself with each wish, every word a promise for what's to come. The quill spun faster, radiating brighter, as if delighted by their unity. Suddenly it split into many smaller quills, one for each companion.
No story belongs to one alone. You have all earned the right to write what comes next.
Does this mean double the lemon tarts? Or 100 new beginnings?
Each companion caught a quill, the world shimmering with boundless possibility. With quills in hand, the companions looked to the horizon. The world stretched endlessly, every step and word a new adventure waiting to be written.
Go on then. The world is wide, and the ink never runs dry.
To the next story, whatever it may be.
I wonder what happens if we all write at once.
The companions set off together, quills raised, the world alive with the promise of infinite stories. As the companions strode into the unknown, their quills left trails of light in the air, each word a seed for a new world. The story, it seemed, was just beginning again.
Race you to the next chapter.
Only if there's tea at the finish.
Their laughter echoed into the dawn, as the page of the world turned and 1,000 stories waited to be written.
Chapter 99. The Page Before Forever.
The companions gathered on a hilltop, each with their own glowing quill. As they rode in the air, their words wove together, transforming the world below, fields of laughter, rivers of song, and skies painted with dreams.
I never thought writing a story could feel like flying. Or like baking 100 lemon tarts at once.
Can we add a festival with dancing teacups?
The world blossomed in color and music, shaped by every joyful scribble. As the companions wrote, old friends and lost places reappeared, memories given new life by the power of their shared story.
Even my old reading chair is back, and the library smells of cinnamon again.
The past is not lost. It's part of every new word we write.
Hello, old friends. I missed you.
The magical world brimmed with laughter and belonging, every heart full. The first storyteller emerged from the morning mist, their robes trailing starlight, and approached the companions with a final blessing.
You have written a world of wonder. Now, write for those yet to arrive. Let your story be a lantern in the dark.
We'll make it bright enough for everyone. And maybe a little silly, too.
The companions' quills glowed with new purpose, their story ready to welcome all who wandered in. The last page hovered before them, blank and shining. The companions stood shoulder to shoulder, ready to inscribe their future together.
All of us, at once?
I hope the page is big enough.
Only one way to find out.
Their quills hovered, the world holding its breath for the word that would shape forever. My. As the sun rose, the companions pressed their quills to the page together. The world shimmered, and the very last word hung unspoken in the air, about to change everything, forever.
Here we go.
Let's write it. Together.
Light spilled across the world as ink met page, and the final chapter began.
Chapter 100. The word that welcomes tomorrow.
Sunlight spilled across the blank page as the companions pressed their quills together. The air shimmered with magic and anticipation.
What word do we write?
Something that feels like home. Or like a door, always open.
A word that welcomes all stories.
With one heart they wrote, "Welcome." The page glowed, and the word echoed out, reshaping the world. Meadows bloomed, libraries unfurled, and laughter rang from every corner. Old wounds healed, and new wonders arose.
Look what we've written! Look what we've become!
There's a library in every village, and lemon tarts in every bakery.
We did it, all of us.
The magic settled, and the world felt whole, a place for every story, old and new. The first storytellers stood at the edge of the dawn, their robes shimmering with stories now told.
You are the keepers now. The story will never truly end, as long as you remember to welcome it.
Thank you for everything.
Goodbyes are just another kind of beginning, aren't they?
The first storyteller faded into the light, leaving laughter and memory behind. The companions stood together, looking out over their new world. Every step, every page, promised another adventure.
Shall we see what stories tomorrow brings?
Only if there's tea, and maybe a parade.
And a festival of books with dancing lemon tarts. As long as we're together, every tale is worth telling.
They set off, laughter echoing, pages fluttering behind them like wings. And so, the story did not end. In every heart, every village, every sunrise, a new word waited to be written. Welcome, dear listener. Your story begins now.